What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Hello, good evening. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. So by the end of play this evening, we will know the 6 players through to the second finals night of Super Series 10. Alongside me and alongside us for the ride this evening, it is the asset Paul Nicholson. Earlier on this afternoon, we confirmed the place of Jensen Walker as the winner of Group C. Not easy at times for him, but when it mattered, he came up clutch.
Yeah, he did. I think when you consider how he played the last time he was here in a Group C, he fell away towards the end, and when he needed to win, he wasn't able to do it. But you've got to give Jensen a lot of credit because he gave himself a bit more leeway, but when he wanted to cross the line, he did it really quickly. And he was tested in his opening match today, and he was able to do the right things at the right times. Well done, young man.
So Jensen Walker through, he's going to be alongside Adam Mould to... How will he actually assess upon the couple of days? Because it's a weird one from our perspective, because he played well at times, but there was also 1 or 2 games you may think maybe he could have done better.
Yeah, there were a couple of wobbles, but they weren't for very long. A lot of his stuff was very impressive. I was really pleased to see Adam put in some power scoring and some decent finishes at the right times. I like what I've seen from Adam the last 6 months, especially in the ADC Global Championship. I've enjoyed watching him the last couple of days. And if we were to send him the stat sheet from what he's done the last couple of days and compare that to James Hubbard, I think he might count himself quite fortunate to get through. But timing was everything.
So this is the tournament bracket then as we go into the final night qualification. Simon Whitlock won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Walker and Mould getting through Group C, and Group B is what we're going to watch this evening. It's the second day's worth of action, and this is what we saw on Thursday.
Might stay there. Wise choice. And a brilliant shot.
Second leg, Ashley Coleman.
Marvel Stadium, which was absolutely brilliant. 2014. Great recovery from Graham. Is there anything he can't do tonight?
Doesn't have to, but will and gets. And Ashley Coleman really is beginning to go through the gears now. Was a mainstay of his game earlier on this evening. And for Jamie Hughes, this is the perfect storm for him. Okay, double-double. Okay, why not?
Second leg.
So this is the state of play going into tonight's action. Andy Hamilton and Graham Hall, both top of the table, both on 6 points. Andy Hamilton with the jump on legs difference. Coleman and Hughes both on 4. Martin Adams was the only player not to win a game last night. Andy Hamilton top of the group. Graham Hall had the better numbers, but one thing Andy had was a lot of consistency, and he's playing with a real smile on his face as well, isn't he?
I think there are a few things that Andy's playing with at the minute. He's obviously put in the hours coming into this. I think he's playing with energy. I think he's playing with a relaxed mindset, and he's playing with great technique. So when you put all those things together, it's very encouraging for someone who is seen to be in the twilight of his career. But I have not seen him play this comfortably for years. It's no wonder he's talking to us and saying that there are things that I'm still able to do. I thoroughly believe what he's saying. And I say that boldly because all of the interviews that we conduct and the things that we see in other promotions, I don't believe every word I hear, but I believe everything that Andy's saying right now.
Although Graham Hall's A game is quite simply the best of the field, isn't it?
The stats prove it. He's averaged over 105 this week. He's got more ton plus averages than anybody. And when you put him in the elite brackets of players who've been here for a weekly campaign, he's right up there. 102s, 103s, 105s, 101s. They're all in there. The biggest weakness for Graham is that every day he's had one bad game. The rest of it's been really good.
Let's have a look at the stats then from the opening night's worth of play. As you can see, Andy Hamilton was the most consistent player. You can have a look at the range there. 91, 93 is his overall average. 96, 96 was his highest average. There wasn't too much of a deviation there. His form line is the most consistent, whereas Graham Hall's, perhaps on a one-off basis, was the best.
Yeah, and there are things to admire all over the place there. And poor old Martin Adams, because he was going up against some people really finding their feet. I mean, even Coleman with 50% on the checkouts, that's got to be admired, even though his range was a bit up and down as well. But the thing about this group dynamic is that if you are going to have one bad game and 3 good games, that's a winning formula to make you someone who's going to be in Saturday. So if Graham Hall does that and Andy Hamilton does that again tonight, they're going to be safe.
Nico, thank you. Before the action gets underway, let's have a look at the odds for this evening's action. Andy Hamilton goes off the 5-4 favourite. Graham Hall at 11-8. Jamie Hughes 11-2. Ashley Coleman, the big outsider. Hamilton and Hall, remember, both on 6 points respectively. It is 18 plus gambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series tonight. And it is Andy Hamilton that's going to get us underway for this Friday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The Hammer, a couple of wins away tonight from booking another spot through to a finals night here. He won through the last time he was here, 2 Champions Week. He's looking to do so in successive trips to the South Coast. Let's hear from him now, talking about his week so far and where his game is at. Andy, 6 points from your first day in Group B. You must be really happy with that return.
Yeah, most definitely. If I'd come out yesterday and said I'd win 3 games, and obviously I'd have took that on board, and obviously a great game against Graham Hall as well. Tough game to win. I had a chance, but it was a tough chance, but I've got to take it on board, just played well. It's all about me playing well, and that's just what I want to do at the moment. I'm comfortable, I'm happy, and that's all I want to be in life.
All the buzzwords are there, and you look at a really good place, and the darts look like they're in a really good place at the minute. Yeah,
probably for myself, I think it's the best I've felt, or probably throwing darts for probably quite a few years now. I don't want to go out too long, because that is in the past. It's all about the future for me. But I just feel comfortable, I'm happy. I've got that much experience. I fear nobody. So if I have no fear and playing that comfort I've got, I'm probably a dangerous person.
And it felt like when you were playing yesterday, okay, Graham had a couple of ton plus eights, but it felt like your level was just so consistent. You just kind of found a very good range around that low 90 region. The doubling was good. It was everything there to be successful.
I think that's part of my career. I'll always say I wasn't the best player around, but I was consistent. I was always around that middle 90 average. And if I keep doing that, I'm sure I'll give myself every chance to win games as well.
You made it through to a Champions Week last time. Are you getting to the point where you're really sensing that you can, even though you're at this level, you can really begin to achieve things again, maybe make some more targets, make some more goals?
Yeah, I think that's what life's all about, and just achieving goals. And for me now, I've got to think of different goals I want in my life. I still want to win. I still believe in my game. And as long as I keep believing, I'm sure anything's possible now in the future.
In terms of tonight, what do you think the job you're going to have to do is going to be to get through?
Just keep playing darts. I'll go there to win every game. Whatever happens. I'm not going to focus on points here, the points there. Just go to win every game, and then everything else gets eliminated out of the game anyway. So I don't look at what can or what ifs. Just do it.
Wish you all the best, Andy. Good luck.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you.
A very, very happy Hammer indeed. And Andy Hamilton needs just a couple of wins tonight to book his place through to yet another final here at the Super Series. It's becoming a regular occurrence as far as the Hammer is concerned. Made it through to Champions Week in his previous appearance here. He takes on Ashley Coleman in his opening assignment of the night. Hamilton, 57 years of age, from Stoke-on-Trent, a former weekly winner, did so in the previous series and is looking to go back-to-back here. Up against Coleman, who is a former weekly semi-finalist. That came a couple of series ago. The 27-year-old is looking to make another push and another kick on this Friday night to make it through to another Saturday showdown here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, it's a meeting between a man who's made a world final and a man who is looking for a real kick in his career. Owen Binks is the referee this evening from Colchester in Essex.
First leg,
And
it's
he'll call
Andy
forward
to throw first.
the man who hails
Game
from
on.
Stoke-on-Trent in the Potteries forward to throw the first dart to the evening session. The asset via the northeast is alongside me here in the commentary box this evening. Howe, and good evening to you, Nico.
Get it right, Henry.
43.
Howay. Howay. You just said it the Sunderland way. So I'll educate you on that one. Anyway,
55.
what we've seen from Andy this week, really, really good. 4 days of action, ultra competitive. Reminds me of a song. A song by Peter, Paul and Mary called If I Had a Hammer. And this is how it goes. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I'd hammer in the evening. All over this land. Well, he's played in the morning. He's played in the afternoon. Now he's playing in the evening again.
24.
And wherever he's playing all over this land, he's playing brilliantly. I expect Andy to qualify possibly in the first half of play tonight. I think he'll get to 10 points. Just a question of when.
This could be a really profitable year for Andy. We know where he's going to apply his trade here at the
60.
Super Series. Maybe play some other stuff in other arenas over the course of 2025. Now, because he's doing so well here and the seniors qualifier is this weekend,
140.
Circus Tavern, because of his successes in this build, is probably something that's going to be shut off to him this year. But who's to say that when it comes to the other TV events, if he decides to go to the qualifiers of that, whether he could be a significant danger to qualify and maybe even go on and win one of them. He's playing the type of darts where he could go anywhere at this level and get some joy.
180.
That's an early indication.
180.
What a great first leg this
And he
is.
require 84.
Strap yourselves in, everybody. This could be fun.
Potential 14 dart to start. Or it may just be a poke of the bull. Bullseye for the hammer. To hammer home a 1-0 lead. And that is how you begin a
Andy
session.
Hamilton.
Now, what did we just see there as well?
Second leg, it's Ashley.
Earlier in the
to
week,
first.
talking to Scott
Game.
Mitchell, I said Andy was nice and placid, playing very much within himself.
57.
But I did warn everybody, wait until the end of the week nears, because the intensity will heighten with Andy. He's measuring himself. When he needs that extra pep and that little bit of extra passion, it will be in the tank.
140.
It is starting to come out already, even after just one leg tonight.
There's one thing you'll never lose is that competitive
100.
spirit. And Andy's one of those players that, yes, he's spoken about all of those buzzwords, about having a smile on his face, enjoying himself. But it all still boiled down to one thing and one thing only. That burning desire to win. And that will never change.
100.
I really like that you used buzzwords. Do you think there are too many players who do use buzzwords
140.
without actually knowing what they mean?
That's a sport-wide thing where buzzwords are just seemingly everywhere.
Give me a buzzword that everybody uses and a lot of people don't mean.
See how it goes? I know that's more than one
91.
word, but it's a phrase that everybody says, and let's be perfectly honest, that's just them trying to play things down.
I totally agree with you.
42.
I've got to be careful what I say,
And he
because
require
I
170.
said something during this afternoon's broadcast which got one or two people's backs up.
It's not going to be a 170 checkered for Andy, but look at what Ash has left. As soon as Andy sees Coleman on 162, he's thinking, well, if you don't want to leave a number
50.
that you can take out, I will happily take out 170 and 6. Sensibly,
90.
great
And
use
he
of the bullseye
require
this time.
112.
And so Coleman lingers if Hamilton cannot take out the 112. And he's going to get a look at tops for it.
92.
Tell you what, he is
Actually,
scaring
172.
everything right now.
Yeah, he's not missing things by much.
Game shot on the
Ashley
second
isn't
leg.
missing.
Ashley Coleman.
Needed that really. Yesterday,
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
Ashley was pretty
first.
good in spells. Started with a 4-0 win against Jamie Hughes. That took everybody by surprise. Mid-80s average, 4 out of 6 on his doubles. That was very impressive. But in his next game against Graham Hall,
22.
totally different player. Lost his range, barely laid a glove on Graham. So it was good.
41.
Then it wasn't. Then it was great because he beat Adams with a 95. And then in his last game against Hamilton, it was back to where he was against Graham Hall. So very up and down like a yo-yo last night.
And you feel like for Ashley, they might be the type of opportunities he's going to have to take if he's going to get joy against Andy Hamilton. You feel like the Hammer's going to do the
24.
scoring. Ashley's got to hang on to his coattails a little bit.
Let me tell you how tonight's going to go. I'm very confident of this. Hall's going to qualify.
40.
Hamilton's going to qualify. I think the next spot is between Ash and Yoza. Which means their game in Game 8 is huge. And that's Coleman's last match. Hughes has another game after that. So that, for me, is the dynamic of the night.
57.
We're going to be with you until the early hours here on Pluto TV. Bringing you the culmination of this Group B, the last night of qualification, till we get to finals action tomorrow evening when there will be a crowd in attendance here, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Hamilton looking to make it through to back-to-back Champions Weeks.
121.
Well, there's one thing that as age moves along, which doesn't help, is sometimes when a dart drops on the floor, the bones may creak a little bit as you go and retrieve it.
95.
Here's the weird thing that is starting to come into the game. More and more players, as they get older, are starting to look into mobility exercises. Because you just never know when reaching for a dart like that may just tweak something. You've got to be ready to do everything that a dart player needs to do.
87.
Exercises like that, like deadlifts, making sure that your lower back is supple. There's a great deal of
38.
benefit in having a very supple and strong back in darts. It's good for core strength, which keeps your stance nice and placid. And if you do drop something on the stage, you can pick it up with ease.
Well, Hamilton will hope that the job tonight doesn't have to be back-breaking, that he can get it done with
138.
relative ease. And
Actually, Rock 142.
where the evening goes, he could get the job done by Game 4 because he plays Graham Hall in his next match if he can win this one. Coleman, again, in terms of the scoring phase of this leg, pretty much a score behind the Hammer.
And he
Not a
requires
surprise when
52.
you consider it's Hamilton who has the darts and leg free. And he should get 2 opportunities here to re-establish his lead in this contest. 2 at double 16. Does not put Hamilton 2
Actually
up.
require
Coleman's got a
14.
break chance here.
Wasn't shy in going straight for it.
10.
Doesn't get there.
And he requires 32.
He's got a little bit of Andy Hamilton purple in that shirt, hasn't he? He knows he's let Andy Hamilton off here. He knew what was going to happen, and so did we.
Andy Hamilton.
You do not give a man like Andy Hamilton 2
Well, it's Ashley to throw
opportunities because
first.
that tends
Game
to be one too many. Well, there is a feeling that
48.
for Ashley and Jamie that the games against Andy Hamilton and Graham Hall are perceived free hits, and effectively they're going to get through tonight. They win their match against Martin Adams, and then they beat the other player in the persuasion.
Well, let's not
78.
count out Martin Adams just yet. He's only 4 points behind Hughes and Coleman. What Wolfie wants is for Hamilton and Hall to go
98.
crazy and leave Hughes and Coleman susceptible. If he has a better night tonight and picks up 4 wins out of 4, for example, that may just be good enough.
And it's going to have to be all 4 because there is going to be a guarantee. Obviously, Hughes and Coleman, one of them will get on to 6 points in the group.
140.
So Hamilton here looks like he's about to move on to 8 points, which may just be the figure that's enough for him. 10 points will rather
134.
stamp it for him.
really good. Looking for the switch now.
129.
A lot of people these days on 283 like the 19s. You get the 719s visit of 133. It leaves 150. Then you can stay on the 19s to try and take out 6 of them for double 18. It's concentrating targets. This is still 19s first. He's been either side of it now. 76 left.
98.
Decent visit.
Ashley requires
He's got this game by the scruff of the
161.
neck if Ashley doesn't take this.
Well, this is
57.
the chance Hamilton
And
has
he
been
required
craving. Doesn't need a
56.
breaker throw in this match, but if he can find it here, he will hold all the aces and he'll have the throw to propel himself on to that 8-point mark. Double top. And now double 10.
46.
He's given Coleman a glimmer.
Ashley
He's
require
given him a
104.
look at this 104.
Gets the treble. Gets the double as well.
On the 4 flag.
Great active
Ashley Coleman.
apology there from Ashley Coleman.
5th flag,
And if he
it's
does have a
Andy to
strength,
throw
it's
first.
got to be that.
Game on.
Combination finishing over the last 12 months when he's been coming here, that has been the best thing in his arsenal. And if you think about the fact that his doubling last night was 50%, we can't escape the fact that doubling may just be better than his scoring.
Well, he was the only player last night to have a ton plus check, and he had a couple of them in that session.
139.
And you felt like they're the types of gilt-edged chances that he would need to take if he's going to have any joy against the hammer tonight.
$140.
And he's been getting a lot of maximums this week. Last night he got 7, which was the most by any player.
20.
But that 7 took him over 30 for the week. Says something about Whitlock that he's actually got the most 180s this week. He's only played 15 games compared to everybody else. Incredible. And he will be here tomorrow night.
57.
If you're not able to join us in the audience via getting your ticket for a £2 booking fee and joining us on London Road, make sure you're going to tune in live from 7:30 p.m. local time. Second time that Ashley's left 162. This time, he couldn't have left to finish.
100.
Fiver for a ticket now at the live lounge in Portsmouth, such is the price of inflation, I suppose.
I do beg your pardon.
130. And he required 104.
104 for Hamilton, 4-3-2 lead. Coleman suddenly, from out of nowhere, is in a position where he could break and throw for the match. Just when it looked like the hammer was in control of this, had an opportunity to move 3-1 to the good and have the darts for the match.
52.
That doesn't
Ashley
go,
required
and so
32.
Coleman comes back 32 for 3-2. Double 8.
24.
He's beginning to miss, and he
And
can
required
ill afford to do
52.
it.
That is such a let-off. Ashley's had more darts at double than Andy. Can he take 52 this time?
Game shot on the 5th flag. Andy Hamilton.
Nothing wrong with being a little bit fortunate, but imagine being good and fortunate. What a
6th flag,
great
it's
combination
Ashley
that
to
is.
throw first. Game on.
And you get the feeling Ashley Coleman may have missed a trick there. He had an opportunity to go 3-2 up, have the darts to win from here.
65.
Hamilton wriggles his way out of a difficult situation and holds the aces once more.
Did you know that Andy Hamilton is a Simpsons character?
No.
58.
Andy Hamilton is the main antagonist of the episode Pranks and Greens.
57.
He's the former bully of Springfield Elementary and one of the school's greatest ever pranksters. And Bart Simpson looks up to him. And the moment I saw that episode, I sent a link straight to Andy. So Andy Hamilton is a Simpsons character. Not everybody can say that.
57.
Andy Hamilton also wrote the TV series Outnumbered.
Isn't there a snooker player called Andy Hamilton as well?
You're thinking of Anthony Hamilton.
Anthony Hamilton, that's right.
180.
He takes his time. The Sheriff of Pottingham, he was called, because guess where he was from?
Now, let me think. Where could it possibly be?
41.
That's the second time that's happened.
77.
He's not struggling for maximums so much for his proclivity of getting combination finishes and his scoring suffers. Well, he's showing us, isn't he? 3 maximums to Andy's 1. He's going
60.
head to head with him.
Ashley require 122.
He's got 6 darts from here to take us all the way in this opening match of the night. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye, but he showed
97.
yesterday in his 1-2-1 attempt that if his opponent isn't on a finish, he's still going to go for it nonetheless.
You can see from Andy's expression that maybe he's going to have to dig deep into the last leg decider here.
4-4. 3-3.
Gage on the 6th flag.
The story of this
Ashley Cole.
afternoon was Gaines going tight and going the distance, and maybe that's going to be the trend this
7th and
evening in
final leg,
Group
it's
B.
Andy to throw
Hamilton
first.
3, Coleman 3.
Game on.
Strap yourselves in, make yourselves settled, because the first game of the night is going to a decider.
Now we look at the table slightly differently, don't we? Because if Coleman wins this and Jamie Hughes beats Graham Hall in the next game, then you've got 4 players on 6 points. And poor Martin Adams will be at the bottom on 0 before he even plays his first game.
80.
3 times he's had deflections off his own flight in the last 5 minutes. That's potentially between 60 and 180 points on the floor.
What's that down to potentially in your mind?
The way the darts are behaving, they're actually going towards the board,
140.
angled. And if you hit the dart first, it just takes all the momentum away.
60.
So patient. Won't get flustered.
100.
He'll just try and nail it down in leg 7. He doesn't care about leg difference. He said to you earlier on tonight,
60.
I'll just play the game.
Well, it's the simplest truth. If you keep winning matches, then every other scenario just doesn't come into play because it doesn't have to come into play. And if he wins this match, then he's on to 8 points and he's in a very, very safe position without being confirmed through.
Yeah, don't worry about something that you don't need to worry about.
58.
He's leaving 120. He's got it for the match. He's not worried about Ashley right now. He's the one under pressure.
Well, Coleman's scoring power has deserted him in the leg that he needed it the most.
96.
And so it's allowed Hamilton
And he
here
require
6 darts to
120.
120 to get the job done, to seal a 4-3 success and to get himself up and running this evening.
A little bit of ladder climbing here. Tops for the match for 2 crucial points.
What a start for the Hammer.
Andy Hamilton.
He knew how good that was. Not just the finish, but the performance. He beats Ashley Coleman by 4 legs to 3. There was some really good stuff there from Ashley, which he could take for the rest of the evening. He'll be disappointed maybe about the way the last leg went, but Andy Hamilton is on to 8 points, and he is now oh so close towards qualification. Coming up after the break, Jamie Hughes takes on Graham Hall. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andrew Hamilton got the better of Ashley Coleman by 4 legs to 3 in the first match of the evening session. Second up for us, Graham Hall takes on Jamie Hughes. It's a chance for Graham to join Andy on 8 points in this Group B. But if Jamie Hughes can win this match, then Graham Hall gets sucked right back into the qualification conversation. Hughes, 38 years of age, from Tipton. His debut in this competition, having spent the last 5 seasons on the PDC circuit. He takes on Hall, who had a couple of years on the PDC circuit. Made his name here a couple of years ago. Won in the first series, week 3. Played at the first ever Champions League. That never really quite worked out for him, if the truth be told. But back on this side of things, he is looking to, I suppose, kind of pick up where he left off last time out.
Did you just call Hammer Andrew Hamilton?
Possibly.
Do you know, I haven't heard anybody call him Andrew since the late, great Dave Lanning. And I used to love what Dave used to do.
First.
It's what
Game
endeared him to all of us in the early days. He would call people by the name on their birth certificate when he was introducing them. This was before graphics. This was
60.
Dave in a commentary box, being the classy guy he always was, introducing people by their full name. He once called Bully Terence Jenkins. I love that.
41.
Andrew Hamilton. Yeah. You've just flicked a good memory, Henry. Thank you for that.
He's one of the best, was Dave. One of the very, very best that ever did this job that we're fortunate to do now.
There's a lot of Mount Rushmores going around right now when it comes to darts. If there was a commentary one, he'd be the first one on it.
Well, I think it's the easiest Mount Rushmore to erect, wouldn't it? Dave, Sid,
97.
John.
So you got Gwynny, Dave Lanning, Sid Waddell, and one other.
$85.
Just put a question mark there.
I'll tell you what, let's leave it open for our viewers. At MSS Darts, who would go on your darts commentary Mount Rushmore?
Because the other three aren't even up for debate. They would be there.
180.
Speaking of up for debate, this time last night we were saying Graham Hall had a bad game per day. He had a really good time of it last night.
76.
In a couple of his games, averaging over 100. 102.93 against Andy Hamilton. 101.9 against Martin Adams. Even when he beat Ashley Coleman, it was just shy of 92. But when he played Jamie Hughes, that was his bad game in the early hours of this morning. And Yoza took full advantage.
133. Jamie require 140.
Hughes may have to take advantage of this slender opportunity he's got at a big out to hold his throw and to save his throw. Another one of them. Double 10. What a start.
James
What a
shot the
flying
first
start
there.
from Jamie Hughes.
Jamie Hughes.
A 140 out to save his throw just as
So he
Graham
gets
Hall was
Graham
stood
to
in the
throw
background,
first.
set
Game on.
to come back to break his throw.
That was out of this world. That's like going down the butcher's and expecting to get 6 sausages. And your butcher says, do you know what?
58.
I've got 1 tomahawk steak left. Do you want it? Oh, yeah. That was exquisite.
And the stakes are high
45.
tonight. And there will be a couple of players put amongst the chopping block come the end of the evening's action. And if Graham Hall loses this match, well, he could find himself possibly quartered in terms of his
45.
chances of making it through.
$140.
Nice to have a chat with Jamie before play this evening. Such a lovely guy. He's so easygoing. He hasn't got a nasty bone in his body. But you can tell when he's on the stage,
83.
he's in this zone. He looks at the shoes, he looks at the carpet, doesn't want to see what the other player is playing. With that exceptional technique that he's still working on, he still wants to try and get back to where he was.
100.
But I'm convinced that this place is going to be very important for Yoza this year. He didn't actually have an ideal prep day yesterday. He was up for a very long time. After work, he made his way to Portsmouth.
60.
It was an astonishingly long day for him. And he says he is feeling better today because he's had a decent night's sleep.
And this is what we forget. A lot of these players are not full-time. They're part-time players having to juggle 9 to 5
90.
jobs with playing darts as at higher level as they possibly can.
Reputations don't pay mortgages. Not everybody's got a litany of sponsors on their shirt
100.
when they come off the tour.
Jamie require 126.
Just doesn't happen.
419s leave the bullseye. And to find 3 more of them, he has to shuffle across. This is for back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
95. Graham, you require
It was an okay effort.
155.
But can Graham Hall hit back big here?
It's a West Midlands derby. And they're hitting each other where it hurts. Oh, but that's not the right door.
123. Jamie required 31.
That's one of the best accidental leaves I've ever seen. But it may be in vain.
Game shot on the second leg.
So Jamie Hughes, 2-0 to the good, picking up on some of the pieces that Graham
Third
Hall
leg,
has
it's
left
Jamie
behind.
to throw
It was the
first.
brilliance of
Jamie.
the 140 checkout in leg 1. And now he's got the break. He has a 2-0 lead. And he has a perceived control over this match. Now, this game yesterday also finished 4-0 in the direction of Jamie Hughes. Graham Hall is 0-6
134.
against this guy so far in this group.
Do you remember that very famous American beer commercial with the friends over the intercom and calling each other? And they'd say something, and it was so 20 years ago, right? But I can imagine Jamie Hughes getting a lot of stick for that advert. Because you remember what they used to say? Was there?
60.
Well, it sounds like his nickname. So I can imagine people walking in the room and say, Yazza!
Apparently, that was once upon a time Robbie Savage's voicemail note. And apparently, Roy Keane tried to sign him for
81.
Sunderland and heard that voicemail. And Roy Keane said, to paraphrase Roy Keane, I'm not signing that. I couldn't see Robbie Savage and Roy Keane really
93.
getting along as a player-manager relationship.
Not at all. That's a marriage made in hell. Graham can't afford to lose to Jamie Hughes, but he can't afford to lose many matches tonight
55.
just to have a smooth sailing through to Saturday in his return to Portsmouth. He was here about 2.5 years ago, playing in a Champions Week, the very first Champions Week.
134.
Hasn't been back since because he's been to the Pro Tour. This is Jamie's first time here. And it's all going according to plan.
98. Jamie require 80.
Double 10.
70. Graham require
not a bad try.
167.
He did have the option of going for the single 2 to leave double 4, but that in itself was a bit of a risk.
So for Jamie Hughes to extend his streak against Graham Hall to 7 legs,
97. Jamie require 10.
he's looking at double 5. He's going to split 2 double 4. Two twos. Now, the irony about Dart 1 was he actually had a bit of an inviting guide, but was unable to
Graham
utilise it.
require 70.
Didn't miss by much, did it? You can see Jamie in the background just wiggling that arm around just to keep it loose.
Game shot on the third leg. Graham Hall.
What more can you say? And you can see in the expression of Graham that
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw
there's
first.
not a great deal of ecstasy in taking that 70 checkout out because he knows that his opponent is going to be feeling the pain of not taking leg 3.
It's one of those, I've had a free opportunity, I've taken the opportunity, now I need to work on things from here.
95.
You think about how Graham feels right there. He's happy to get his first leg of the night. But that was the equivalent of somebody going to their old club and scoring on their ground. If he'd given it
57.
some there, it would have been disrespectful to Jamie, as it would be for a footballer going back to their old club and celebrating in front of the fans.
Unless your name is Emmanuel Adebayor.
Oh, that's a whole different story.
177.
And that might be where this game changes. Hall averaging 95.41 overnight. And I'm not surprised to see him do that. If anything, you're surprised that he hasn't averaged more.
Graham's last appearance here was in Series 2, Week 2. He lost out on the Saturday night. Lost both his group matches to Robert Wickwood and Alexander Merckx. It was actually a night where Jared Cole got to the semi-final, but he lost out to Alexander
134.
Merckx,
Graham,
who go on to
132.
win on that particular evening, beating Robert Whitwood in the final.
Yeah, we haven't seen a great deal of Merckx in the last year, which is a
43.
peculiar one, because he's had success here.
Him and Kist. I can understand. I could have understood the Kist one before he got the car because of the shoulder and all the rest. I can understand that one, but yeah, Merckx is a mystery to me.
177.
They're both getting them.
Graham, you require 89.
Now Hall has to take the 89. The parameters have changed so quickly. This doesn't go. He could be broken and he could be 3-1 down. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 16. 2 8s for 2-2.
81.
Seriously,
Jamie
right
Maguire,
on the wire
40.
with those two. Easy for us to say that he missed because of the pressure he was put under. And Yozza gets a
James on the
13 dart. It's a
fullback,
break.
Jamie Hughes.
That was Sting Graham Hall. He thought
Flair
he'd
against
worked
Jamie
his
to
way
throw
back
first.
into the match, and a
Jamie.
couple of opportunities level up at 2-2. And now Jamie has the darts in his hand to complete a 4-1 win. Move him on to 6 points, level with Graham.
60.
Ashley Coleman then has got Martin Adams next. There's a possibility. Here come the end of round 3. Hamilton could be on 8. And in fact, the top 4 players could all be within a couple of points of one another because Hall, Hughes and Coleman could all be on 6.
There was a risk of this because of
100.
Martin's schedule starting in game 3. That people grabbing points before he's even thrown a dart in anger on the stage. He's already got too much to do. You can't envisage
140.
Martin getting out of that mire at the bottom of the table. It looks super unlikely. Because there are so many games he can't influence.
58.
When he needs everything to go in his favour, he has to win every game, and he has to hope that pretty much every result goes in his favour. And this wouldn't be one of them. He'd want Hamilton and Hall to go crazy, to beat everybody else, to be so far away that he'd give him a glimmer.
60.
And Hamilton didn't go crazy. He gets the win, but that was hard work.
And the only player at this present moment in time going crazy here is Jamie Hughes.
$96.
Needs errors from the man known as Yozza. You wouldn't think it. It's only on his shirt about 500 times.
137.
He could have actually hijacked that two-rear walk-on song and just said, Yozza, Yozza, Yozza. That would make sense. At least it'd be something to do with darts.
58. Jamie require 100
For the match, and Jamie Hughes has got 6 of this particular point to do the double over Graham Hall and to move him on to 6 points and to keep Graham Hall on that mark.
He's trying to think of something different because he doesn't want to go to 54. So it's 86. Hence the bullseye. That hasn't worked out too badly. Because had he found a small number, this would be harder.
54.
That's okay. Now we can leave whatever he wants. Choice is a wonderful thing.
Choose your fighter wisely, Jamie, because this is an opportunity for you to win the match.
Jamie
But
require 50.
Graham Hall is hot on his tail if this does not go. Double top is the targeted choice. And double top is the target found.
Jamie Hughes.
And for Jamie Hughes, that's back-to-back wins against Graham Hall. It moves him on to 6 points and actually moves him above Graham in the league table. Hamilton's on 8, Hughes and Hall are on 6, and Ashley Coleman can join that pair on 6 points if he can get the beating of Martin Adams, and them two will go toe-to-toe on the other side of this break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Hughes got the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 1. Game 3 of our evening sees Ashley Coleman and Martin Adams go toe-to-toe. Ashley's already been in action this evening, lost down the last leg decider to Andy Hamilton, whilst Martin Adams is playing his first match of the night. And it is 5 o'clock somewhere. The now, I suppose, synonymous Wolfie shirt is back, and he's back too. Coleman, the 27-year-old, looking to make it through to another weekly final. The Prince of Darkness up against Martin Adams, the 68-year-old from Deeping St James. Wolfie looking to get through the set. If he's going to do so, he knows he's going to have to win all 4 games. There were some good moments yesterday evening from the 3-time Lakeside champion, but it was a sluggish start to the evening's affairs, which paid dividends for him in the end. He's going to have to win all 4 if he's going to stand a chance, particularly after the result that we saw before the break. But for Ashley Coleman, if he loses this game,
First leg, it's Ashley to throw first.
suddenly
Game
he
on.
could find himself in a spot above. He'd be 2 games down, 2 defeats, and 2 points behind second and third.
57.
Important game for Coleman to get back on track.
Absolutely right. He's played some decent stuff in his first game. Didn't come out with the win. Take the positives into this match and make sure that Martin is left cold. Take advantage of the fact that you've already had
85.
some time on that stage tonight. You're warmed up. Maybe Martin will take a bit of time. Catch him early. That's the play.
$85.
In terms of this meeting yesterday, Coleman won
97.
by 4-1 against Adams. 94.80 was the average for Ashley. 4 from 7 on his doubles. Took up that 1-2-1 checkout, which prior to JB Hughes' 140 in the previous match against Graham Hall was actually the
40.
highest checkout of the group, as Adams endures a bounce out.
I've just been checking the world clock to see whereabouts in the world it would
39.
nearly be 5 o'clock. And in particular, trying to find somewhere that looks like that shirt. Mexico City?
28.
Guatemala City? New Orleans? Where the Super Bowl will be next week.
Those cities hosted it more
59.
than New Orleans, am I right in saying? 11th time?
Well, they do have a really good stadium. And it has a roof. You're never going to have the Super Bowl in Buffalo when it's freezing.
Or Green Bay?
140.
The strange thing
Actually,
is Lambeau Field would
164.
have an amazing Super Bowl, but the weather just doesn't cooperate.
What's going to cooperate here? Coleman's not going to take out the 164. These two
81.
will be very much of a muchness in
Martin,
terms of if there is something on show and something to be had, they will both go for it regardless of the circumstances. But there's nothing to be had now for Adams on the 108.
76. Actually, require
That'll do.
83.
Combination finishes. How does this game start on them? Ah, that doesn't work.
No score.
None of it
Martin requires
works.
32.
For the break in the opening leg. 8-8. 2 4s. Last start. Found.
Game on the first leg.
Adams
Martin
one up.
Adams.
And a better start than last night. He was pummeled by Graham Hall.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw
Martin looks
first.
perplexed.
Game on.
Somebody else who's perplexed right now is the fact that Gary Anderson's been taken out of the World Masters and Milton Keynes by Dimitri van den Berg.
Sure, he'll
60.
be dancing with delight, Dimitri, after that particular win.
Yeah, big win for Littler tonight against Andy Bartons. Where have we seen that fixture before? That's right,
135.
in a weekly final on this stage. That game gave us the Saturday night record, didn't it?
Well, a record for any kind of final in front of the cameras in terms of average. But for Andy Barton's a rare televised appearance for the
60.
Beast from the East. The former Lakeside champion.
60.
When you play at the MODUS Super Series, you don't have rare TV visits because they're all live on Pluto TV now. Martin's been playing on TV for over 30 years.
50.
Made his debut at the Lakeside back in 1994.
180.
Yeah, that John Part won. You weren't around, Henry, but what I can tell you is this. It was really strange. I was 14 years of age
83. Actually, record
when
126.
that tournament was happening, and we looked at the people who were in it, and we didn't recognise most of them. That's
86.
all due respect to a lot of people who were in it, but most of the recognisable dart players had moved to the WDC. People were worried. We thought darts was in a bad place. People were trying to do good things. We didn't fully understand what was going on. There was no internet. There wasn't a great deal of press coverage about it.
60.
We were getting
Actually, require 40.
minimal information. We didn't know what was going on.
Game shot the second leg.
One leg
Ashley Coleman.
on the board there for Ashley to draw level. We're now into
Third
a
leg, it's Ashley
one-set
to throw
format
first.
here.
Game
Or should we say a World Championship one-set format. But I can remember watching TV that year
83.
thinking, who's Martin Adams? Who's John Part? We know who Bobby George is. But we looked around and said, this is weird.
100.
Some of the protagonists are no longer with us. But we need to keep talking about that time in darts.
41.
Because there were a lot of people who made sacrifices for the better of this sport. People stayed where they were. People moved back. People stuck where they were for a long time, like Martin did. And for a long time, people gave him pelters
60.
for that. I've always respected Martin's decision to not go to the PDC full time.
60.
Everybody was entitled to their own path. Look at him now. Do you think he regrets anything? Not a jot.
Well, there's a tungsten talk of it, which you can watch on Pluto TV. And you talk about the legs. I just wonder whether that could potentially be an option for Ashley this year. I don't know
121.
what picture 2025 paints for him. But, I mean, you think about some of the things he does away from the hockey and some of the
140.
other things he does. I just wonder whether maybe that particular tour, that particular circuit, maybe playing at that particular World Championship, that particular tournament, could be something on his radar. Could be something of interest to him.
135.
The majority of darts these days, you can do what you want. Wasn't always so.
55. Martin, you require 85.
For a 2-1 lead and a break of throw once again. Strays. Now Coleman will be eyeing up 4 18s in the bullseye. If he gets a shot at double 7,
Ashley require 122.
he may just get this.
It's awkward. This could bounce out. Oh, he's found a way through for the eye of a needle there. Bullseye.
90.
He should have taken a step back there because he
Martin, you
couldn't
require
believe he hit
40.
that. He looked surprised that he was given the nod by our referee. Last dart at double 19. Can't find it.
9. Ashley require 25.
Oh no, he said. I don't know, he'll
Games on
say
the third
again
leg.
as Coleman pins the
Ashley
double
Coleman.
4 to move 2-1 in front. He leads for the first time in this match.
Full
Martin
leg, it's
Adams
Martin to
can
throw
only
first.
shake his head as to
Game on.
what could have been there.
He's really good at that 25 combination, isn't he? That's 17 double 4. He's done it twice tonight.
And there's certain breakdowns, and you'll know this better than most, which, if you're going to be successful, you have to have on lock. And 25 is the
43.
one more than any other.
You've got to have your route. Most people go 9 double 8. You've got your 1 double 12 guys and girls.
60.
Your 17 double 4. One of my ex-partners used to go a 3 double 11. I'll never get behind that. But I can see the philosophy because
95.
if you're of a certain level at this game, you look at the bottom of the board. What have you got? A whole host of odd numbers. So if you miss a 19 and you get a 3, you miss a 17, you get a 3, you can go to the 7. All of them leave a double. So you're hedging your bets in the bottom of the board. So 3 double 11 isn't the worst one, but if you're going to back yourself, go a 1, a 9 or a 17.
Sounds like you were playing pairs with
100.
Connor Scott. Because he loves doing that sort of thing, doesn't he? 11s, 14s, something down the pipe. He loves it.
He'd probably go
60.
treble 7, double 2.
Yep, that sounds like Connor. Hi, Connor, if you're watching. Because he will probably be watching.
He's probably practicing.
He's probably practicing whilst having 2 streams on at the same time of darts. Because
32.
that is the kind of bloke he is.
Yeah, we're going to miss him here this year. If you're free on a Saturday, Connor, if you're watching this, by all
28.
means come down. We'd love you to be our guest.
And I'll tell you a list of Saturdays I'm off and you can commentate. Yeah, Connor was a real popular character around these parts
100.
last year. Very much got stuck into things, didn't he, Nico?
Yeah, I think that semi-final that he lost
91.
in Series 8, that
Martin
really
Nicholas,
stung.
131.
Because in his heart of hearts, I think he knew that was his last chance.
And realistically, that was his chance to win it. I think everybody thought that his name was on pot, lad, and it was Marvin van Velzen, who himself has gone on to get a tour card, who went on to
83.
pick up the trophy in the 25k check.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they meet on the tour this year.
55. Martin, you require 48.
Now, is it going to be a lever double 16? It usually is. You'll never see a better single 16 than that, but you might see a few better double 16 shots than that one.
40. Ashley
Ironically,
require
that was a better
111.
single 16, but the problem he had, he wanted the double. And he has been picking these types of finishes apart as Ash. And he almost added the
91.
111 to the 104,
Martin,
the
you
106,
require
and the 121.
8.
Is he left mad?
No score.
He is indeed.
Ashley required 20.
It's not a classic game so far, but it is a game that Ashley is winning,
Game shot
and
the
winning
flair.
by a further margin right
Ashley
now.
Coleman.
It's 3-1 to Ashley Coleman on the scoreline, but it could so easily be 3-1 the other way.
Game on.
This hasn't been vintage. And there's another trademark bounce out, it seems.
Yeah, if this game was a bottle of
120.
wine, and I'm not being derogatory, because there's a time and a place for any bottle of wine. Some are used for cleaning a pan, and some are kept for a special occasion.
95.
This one's a bottle of Liebfrau milk.
123.
That's one you use for cooking when you're desperate. But sometimes you still need things like that, don't you? Not every bottle in the rack is a Montrachet.
100.
Not everything's vintage. Sometimes you need something a little basic, and it still gets the job done.
81.
Trust me, having been to university, Lidl wine will sometimes do the job on prees.
Don't knock those supermarkets in their wine.
Particularly for $5.99 a go. Other supermarkets are available, by the way.
100.
That keeps happening. And it can't continue.
117.
Having said that, he still walked away with 117 points. And a match shot at 60. I make that 5 times that's happened tonight. It's got to be something to do with the balance of the dart he's throwing.
100. Ashley requires
This will send Adams out.
It's tops for Coleman.
20.
Not to be this time.
Anthony
Adams has
require
got one
106.
last chance on this 106 to give himself one last reprieve. Triple 18, double 16. Double 16.
90.
Just inside.
Ashley require 40.
Tops. Double 5 again.
30. Martin requires 16.
Well, who thought that was going to happen? I think Martin was planning his trip down the
Game shot on
steps.
fifth leg.
Postpone
Martin
that.
Adams.
It's a game that's been played
Sixth
by
leg,
Miss
it's
Doubles.
Martin to throw
21
first. Game on.
between the pair over the course of this particular contest. And Adams, with that break there, returns the game to throw at 3-2.
$55.
I'm not trying to tempt fate here. I'm just trying to
96.
open a discussion. Martin is approaching 70 years of age. I know he wants to play until a point where he thinks he can't do it anymore. I personally can't even imagine a time where Martin is not playing darts anymore.
121.
But if we have to express our opinion about where is the right place to have that final dance, where is it?
Well, I know where I'd want it to be, but it's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
I think we all know where we want it to be. But let's be
125.
realistic. It's not going to happen.
So where should it be?
I think based on the way that the
98.
current climate is, when he decides the time is right, I think it should be at the Circus Tavern at a World Seniors Championship. When he decides maybe this is the moment to take a step back.
180.
We should keep talking like this because they are defiant darts. One of, I'm not done yet. Stop
98.
talking about that.
41.
I've still got a lot to offer. Oh, we believe you, Martin. Double 16.
$25.
That could be that.
Quite 88.
But where have we said that already?
Well, that's a bonus. Double 7 for the win for Ashley Coleman. He gets the better Martin
Ashley
Adams
Coleman.
by 4 legs to 2. It means that Wolfie is out, and it means that Ashley Coleman moves on to 6 points. Him, Hughes and Hall all on 6. And Graham Hall, by the way, who won his first free match of this group, is now out of qualification position. And he takes on Andy Hamilton after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where things are looking a little bit perilous for Graham Hall. He won his first 3 matches in this group, but now, courtesy of a couple of defeats to Jamie Hughes either side of Thursday and Friday, means that he finds himself outside of a qualifying position, and he takes on Andy Hamilton, who can pretty much seal the deal here. Winning this one, he's on to 10 points. He's in a very safe place, and it would guarantee an opportunity for Hamilton to go through. Hughes, Coleman and Hall would be on 6, and actually just about keep Martin Adams in. He's probably gone, but it will be confirmed if Graham Hall
First
wins
leg,
this
it's
particular
Graham
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, when we said that Martin Adams is out, it's a gut feeling, isn't it? We've done so many of these table situations. I mean, how often with 7 games to go have you seen someone at the bottom of the table usurp 3 players on 6 points? The answer is never. Because it's that unlikely. But mathematically, it's possible. In sport, what's the most mathematical
100.
thing that's happened that was improbable that you can think of?
Leicester City winning the Premier League at 5,000 to 1.
But that was at the start of the season when they started on 0 with everybody else, right?
Yes.
As in a comeback from a deficit, what are we talking?
You're not going to like me for this. We're not going to be friends after this. Probably the year Newcastle United had a 12-point lead at the top of the Premier League, and then United swooped in.
41.
Well, I'll tell you what. You could talk about Hamilton in that World Match Play game against Whitlock.
Well, that's true. He did win 9 legs in a row, didn't he?
Dennis Taylor against Steve Davis at the Crucible back in '85.
We were all awake for that one.
55.
That was 5.
AFC Bournemouth stayed in League 2 despite having a points deduction.
I was reading a book about that this week. Funny enough. I didn't know about that in detail until I read about it. That's a fantastic example.
42.
17 points taken off and 25 points over 2 seasons. 17 that season. I remember it very well because I get on quite well with Lee Bradbury, who played for Bournemouth at the time. He was a striker, had to play right back on pretty much next to no money because that was the desperate situation they were in. And if Bournemouth went down, the club would have gone bust.
So a little bit of pressure.
Just a bit. He then go on to manage Bournemouth a couple of years later when Eddie Howe left to go to Burnley. Got him into the League One playoffs.
54. Graham, you require 123.
This is not an easy proposition for Graham to try and get himself onto 8 points with Andy. But maybe there's a bit of encouragement. Because even though Andy did win his first game,
83.
it wasn't to the same sort of level that we've seen from him when he's been playing his best this week. It was a bit scruffy. So if that returns for Andy on his 5th day of the week, who knows?
134.
Hall does have a
Graham,
very
you
good
require
record against Hamilton this week. He's
40.
3-1 up. This is their 5th game. They may have to play again tomorrow. But that's only if they
on the
both
first
qualify.
leg, Graham Hall.
And that does Graham the world of good, getting off to a good start.
Second leg, it's
Which
Andy to
makes
throw
the
first.
improbable task
Game.
even more closer to impossible for Martin Adams. Here's a couple more for you. One I cannot believe you haven't thought of. The Miracle of Medina.
Did you watch that in 2012?
Yes, I had school in the morning. I was allowed to stay up late to watch it. And it was incredible.
81.
Okay, if we're going to lift the can of worms out, I was at an exhibition in Kelso on the Scottish borders on the Friday and Saturday. It was a bit of an occasion.
180.
And there was an after party. Things were quite festive. And instead of driving all the way home on the Sunday, I decided to stop in County Durham at my friend's place to watch the golf. Boy, am I glad I did.
140.
It was amazing.
I suppose the other one would probably be Istanbul 05, Liverpool in the Champions League final.
Yeah, that was pretty unlikely. But in order for Martin to get out of this jam, he needs everything to go his way. He's got a leg difference of minus 14.
55.
Everybody else is positive. He's got no points. Everybody's got a minimum of 6.
All the cards are lodged against the three-time Lakeside champion.
125.
And Hall's left himself on a 2-darter after 9. He is really beginning to up the levels here, just like he did against Andy yesterday. 102.93 was his average in the match between the pair yesterday. And at this present moment in time, it's averaging 104.5 after a leg and a half.
Did we go so far as to say that
96.
Hall's already had his bad game tonight?
Randy required 96.
It wasn't really that bad. He averaged 91. But he did only get 4 darts at a double.
$36. And he required 129.
This is very makeable. You don't have to start in the 19s, but it is the right thing to do. Now there's only one route left. You got one of them right. The second one, the compass was broken.
Graham, you require 60.
And so Hamilton missing a dart to hold on to his throw. Hall's going to get a couple here to break. Tops are 2-0. Well, that was low, double 10.
40.
Some of these darts from Graham look
And
tired.
he require 48.
It's a long week. It's hard work. They both know it. Double top for the hammer. Just hit the middle of that barrel and it goes in.
28. Graham, you require 20.
And he's missed 3 darts to level this game up at 1-1. Hall returns for the target that he missed of his previous visit.
Further away.
No score. And he required 20.
What started so brightly has apparently gone bleak.
Game shot in the
Nothing
second
bleak
leg.
about that.
Andy Hamilton.
Just how many of his lives is he using
Third
up here,
leg, it's
Andy?
Graham
Because
to throw first.
he did use some up against
Game.
Coleman in game 1.
Well, if yesterday he was good, today he's being lucky as the hammer.
57.
Scrappy leg, that one. 7.5 minutes in to get us to the third leg.
You were saying earlier on, Henry, that people should get in touch with us on our social feeds. I absolutely agree with that. Late on a Friday night, if you're sitting with any of your friends or your partner or the family, having a late night libation, get in touch with us. Let us know if you're going to
58.
attend on Saturday night. Which game are you looking forward to the most for the rest of the night? Any questions? By all means, at MSS Darts on our social feeds. We'd be happy to answer your questions.
140.
Have we got any further on the darts Mount Rushmore yet? So we've got Sid, we've got John, we've got Dave. Who else do we add to the list? I suppose Rod Studd will put his name on that list because of the World Finals he's done. Dan Dawson's going to get himself close to that list before too long.
180.
I suppose Wayne's probably going to put himself close to that list as well.
Yeah, I don't think anybody who is
135.
current. I think we're talking about people who have already finished. So you got Sid, you got Dave, you got Gwynny.
58.
Some people might even say Tony Green.
143.
The voice of the BDO on the BBC for so many years. But is Hamilton going to find the 143 here? This would be for his second tub plus check of the night. Double 16.
Game
Magnificent.
shot the
And
third
that
man.
is a hammer blow
Andy
applied
Hamilton.
by the hammer. A 143, a
Full flag,
2-1
it's Andy
lead.
to
And
throw
for Graham Hall,
first.
this is going
Game
so desperately wrong.
But it wasn't after a leg and a half. Since then, things have changed.
100.
Put it this way, if Graham does not make Saturday night,
140.
he'll be scratching his head for days. He was the favourite on Monday morning for the week. He was the favourite for the group in Group A every day. The first time he's not been
137.
favourite for a group was today. And that's because Andy was the favourite. And for good reason.
Well, he's illustrating that reason here, isn't he? Average of just under
58.
93. He's kind of playing towards a level he's kind of attained throughout the course of this group, really. That's been the level that he's been at pretty much all group long.
125.
Another two treble turn for Andy. That's his sixth for the game, all told.
I'll tell you what Andy's doing at the minute. He's just picking them apart. He's not hitting them with 180s and a great deal of 140s. He's just picking them apart by slightly beating him per visit.
127. And he
The reason why Graham is so
139.
miffed right now is because after the first start, he couldn't leave a finish. We've had a 143. He's just shy of the 25, so that makes the next start a little trickier. Back to the treble 19.
79.
I wonder if it's a good thing that Graham's schedule in the
78.
second half
And he requires 60.
involves games with Coleman and Adams. He can effectively put Coleman away.
Tops a 3-1. Hamilton
Game's on the
is
full
in
flag.
firm control of
Andy
this match.
Hamilton.
Well, there was a point earlier on the season. We thought the game between Hughes and Coleman
flag,
could
it's
be the
Graham to
deciding
throw
match in
first.
terms of qualification. Well, Graham Hall has been put right back into the mix. In fact, he's outside a qualification spot right now. Things really are getting desperate for G-Man.
100.
Well, here's the weird thing. You and I are watching this game. We've watched the previous game that he played against Yoza. Put the averages together. He's averaging 90 for the night.
41.
Does it even look that good?
It looks bad. It looks like he's not playing well, but not playing well for Graham is averaging 90. That's the best compliment we can actually give him.
100.
He's being judged by higher standards now that in this building we ever have done before. Because of what he's gone on
39.
to achieve. He's been on tour. He's had some success on tour without really making major inroads.
$100.
Look at the disappointment in scoring a ton. Some people would be thinking, that's good. I'm down to 201 after 9. He's not happy with it. He's still shaking his head in the
39.
background. I just wonder if he's maybe wanting this a little too much. Just needs to take a step back, maybe dial it down a touch. Just let the game come to him.
60.
Play with a little bit of autopilot, but maybe the internal disgust and not playing the way he wants is starting to overflow.
And there's a possibility he's going from calm to panic very quickly. We had a chat with Jensen Walker as he
141.
left the building, and he said that he was in a similar scenario to Graham where he was up against the power pit a little bit, and he admitted that he was feeling it at times a little bit. That is the pressure that this group stage format can put on a player. But this is a good
109.
response, a good show of resilience. Hamilton's had a bit of an off leg. Okay, it's on Graham's darts, but he's left himself on a double. He's got time, he's got space, and he's hoping to pose the question, force the issue, and force Hamilton to serve it out in the next.
180.
He just won't go away.
Graham, you require 32.
He's hundreds behind, then all of a sudden he's on a finish. Graham is 1 out of 8.
Game shot on the 5th
Thank
leg.
goodness, he says.
Graham Hall.
Now he's 2 from 10.
Sigberg gets Andy to throw first.
He's giving
Game
himself a glimmer. But this is the key leg for Graham. This is the one on the Andy Hamilton throw, which that man there could seal his place through to tomorrow night's final and dump Wolfie out as a consequence.
64.
This game 4 of our evening schedule. Martin Adams and Jamie Hughes will take us to the halfway point, and how pivotal a game that could be for
135.
Joseph. Results go his way here and he beats Martin in the next. He could be as close to home and host as possible. And I don't think many people would have been saying that after the first couple of games.
$140.
I think the one result tonight that was very hard to predict was Jamie Hughes beating Hall by another big margin. Sport isn't supposed to be easy to predict.
80.
It's played by human beings. Predominantly. With the involvement of some animals, of course. In the case of things like greyhound racing and horse racing.
100.
The unpredictability of it is why we keep watching it. He's got to get into this leg quick. It's not going to happen.
58.
Just didn't feel like a treble was coming. What do you think Andy's going to leave here, Henry? 97 or 57?
He's going to hit another here.
It's going to be neither.
99.
I think that's a really interesting last start. Because with Graham only 130 behind, 98 is not a nice number. You'd rather have 97 than 98. Believe me.
And that 140 has just opened this leg up
98.
for interpretation. Hamilton for the match. With Graham Hall lurking in the background. 78 left, treble 18. Decides to head down for double-double. Okay, he had
38.
options there. But Graham
Only
Hall
require 88.
may just get a dart at the bullseye here to take us all the way.
I'll tell you what, that last treble 20 that Graham hit, that was a gutsy shot. He could only see a third of it. And if he got a single 20, he would have left that pesky 128. It isn't a shot of the bullseye, and I
38.
don't blame him for
And he
feeling
required 40.
completely disgusted.
Double top to inflict another defeat upon Graham Hall. Double 5 for his place in the finals.
35.
So the hammer has burnt qualification
require
points.
50.
Martin Adams is still in the race. And Graham Hall, most importantly, still in the race in this match.
How funny would it be if he just goes up and hits the bull? No such silliness. Double 8.
42.
And this time, it should
And
be
he
curtains.
require 5.
This is for his place through to yet another Saturday night. He is going as Route 1 as possible. 3-1-1.
No
It doesn't
score.
go.
Graham, you
Graham
require
Hall comes back
8.
to take us to a 7th leg.
Who wants it? Look at how many darts Graham has thrown. Less than Andy. This is for a break of throw in 7 visits.
Game shown the 6th
That's a
leg.
gift.
Graham Hall. 7th and final
But I
leg.
suppose,
It's
as the
Graham's
saying
to throw
goes, you don't
first. Game on.
hit a gift hammer, I suppose, as opposed to a gift horse. Long night.
Do you want to start again?
No, let's swiftly move on. Forget that ever happened.
I'll give you a freshie.
100.
Is it like in that film, is it Men in Black, where you have the pen which you can eradicate?
Yeah. The memory erasing stick.
Trust me, I wish I could use that a few times. Into minute 21 and
99.
into leg 7 of this contest.
If Graham gets out of this for the win, he'll be wondering how.
30.
Anybody who said darts was easy, think again. And this is possibly a group dynamic that is made for Jamie Hughes all of a sudden. He's the fresher
46.
of the top 4. He's the one who's averaged 92.5 and getting his first win over Graham. From the information that we have, he's played the best darts tonight.
60.
Hamilton has missed opportunities to put himself home and hosed.
Now he's starting to grit his teeth.
53.
Nothing is coming naturally all of a sudden. Their stats, they're very, very similar. The averages are low 80s. Their percentages on doubles are in the 20s. With the exception of that 1-4-3 finish from
140.
Hamilton, there hasn't been a great deal of quality in this one. This has been a bit like Burnley Leeds earlier in the week.
Oh, no. Something's at least happened in this match. And I've got to go and watch Burnley tomorrow.
95.
With a pillow. Because not much is probably going to happen.
You don't know that. Championship teams are built on great defence.
97.
Now this is the last chance for a big hit in the scoring department. Does he have it in his locker? I feel he's got to get under 150. In order to do that, he needs a treble.
42.
Advantage Hall.
Graham,
Massively
you require
now.
74.
Hamilton had opportunity to win this game 4-2. He couldn't take advantage of those chances. And so Graham Hall steps up for 74. That leaves himself on 65. And of course, he hits the bullseye.
So in order to not do that, go treble 11.
66.
He's hoping all's well that ends well. He leaves himself on double 4. It was a double he hit to win the last leg, and it could be the double that wins in the match.
I think they're both smiling because the amount of times that they've seen a dart go in the bull when you need a 25
52.
is unbelievable.
Graham, you require.
But it's not the
8.
25 he needs now.
Well, this is for normal service to resume because it means that Hamilton and Hall would be the two leading players, the two leading lights. Double 2.
4.
Well, this would hurt
And
Graham
you require
if he's done all the
114.
hard work for Hamilton to pinch it at the end.
This would be the equivalent of finding a fleck of gold in a mountain. Apparently there isn't gold in them there hills.
Graham, you require 4.
Well, both players look like their tank is empty. And the worry is they've both got 2 more games to play tonight. This game has taken it out of the pair, but with Graham Hall winning that match moves him on to 8 points and puts him back in a decent position. Hamilton's going to have to wait to confirm his place through. For Martin Adams, that's awful news because that means 0 points to him and Hughes and Coleman on 6, and one of them's guaranteed to put themselves on 8 means that he is out. Hall 4, Hamilton 3. Game 5 takes place after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky, he is Jim
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where if you have just joined us, you haven't really missed much on this Friday night because everything is still in play. Hamilton's not through, Hall's not through, but boy, has he had a reprieve against the Hammer before the break. The only thing we can confirm is Martin Adams. He can get to 6 points, but it's not going to be enough for Wolfie to make it through to Saturday. So, unfortunately, for Wolfie, there's not going to be a Saturday night appearance. But you know what? Let's cherish the 3 games we've got left of him this week. And it kicks off with a match against Jamie Hughes. This is game 5 of our session. And it's going to be described
First leg, it's
alongside myself,
Martin
Henry
to throw
Deacon,
first.
the asset, Paul Nicholson. And these two
Game on.
have a fair bit of history.
Yeah, they played together for England back in 2013 and beyond. Let's face it, anybody who was in the BDO system in the late noughties and into the early 10s, they were looking at Martin as the best player in that system because he's a 3-time champ.
60.
And there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Won his first world title back in 07, beating the late Phil Nixon. What a guy.
85.
I really do wish that Phil was still with us, because I would love him to just sit here and marvel at what this is. I was privileged to know Phil, and
95.
he would have been good at this as well, you know. He would have been really good at this.
These two shared an extraordinary Lakeside quarter-final back in 2017.
100.
Martin, who played at that tournament, came back from 1 or 2 health scares to play at the Lakeside that year, took on Jamie, and they played an incredible
97.
9 sets in that quarter-final. It would be Jamie Hughes that would progress by 5 sets to 4 en route to the semi-finals of the Lakeside that year.
$140.
This is good stuff from Wolfie, isn't it? 81 after 12. Did throw some good darts against Ashley Coleman in game 3, but it was a little sporadic.
100. Martin, you require 81.
But if he gets a good game in the tank here, he can cause havoc. Because all of a sudden, after 5 games tonight, nobody's through yet. He can have a big impact with things like that.
On the first leg, Martin Adams.
We know that that class and quality is still there.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw
But
first.
Martin's the first to
Jamie.
admit that he doesn't quite know when that is going to be unlocked. But he's found it there, and he leads 1-0. Yeah, just going back to that quarter-final. 5-4 to Jamie Hughes. Adams lost that game with an average of 92.5. For Hughes, 91.89. Jamie would then go on to lose to Glenn Durrant in the semi-finals. Both players averaging 96 in that particular affair.
Is that 2017?
Yes.
That's the infamous interview after that match, isn't it?
81.
Where he wanted to say happy birthday to all his pals.
Yes. You and Mr. Walker, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun. He got roasted for that for at least a couple of
48.
years. Coincidentally, that was the year where Jamie Hughes last played in the British internationals for England.
132.
He did so with Wolfie. Do you want to hazard a guess? Because last night I put you on the spot, didn't I, to see who was in the team when he made his debut in 2013. When he was in the team, Jamie Hughes, in 2017, give me some names.
60.
Well, I know Paul Hogan hit a 9-darter in that tournament.
So Hogan is there.
Scott Mitchell.
Mitchell there.
Tony O'Shea.
Correct.
I'm going to throw an obscure one here. Pip Blackwell.
44.
Negative.
Ooh. I'm going to cheat and have a look at who was in the world. Mark McGeaney,
Correct.
James Hurrell,
Correct.
99.
Dennis Harbour,
Correct.
Scott Waits,
No.
Coleman.
135.
Incorrect. I'll give you some of the obscure names now. Brian Doggy Dawson.
Oh, what a player he was.
David Copley. Known as the Dark Knight.
96. Martin, you've acquired 109.
And here's one. Ryan Joyce.
Who played Martin Adams at that Lakeside and lost in the last leg decider in the last set.
Correct. That was Ryan's only game at Lakeside.
69.
Wasn't it?
You've acquired 98.
Or did he play the next year? He might have played the next year against Dennis Nielsen. Double 19 for Yozza.
Game shown the
Pinpoint.
second leg.
I was saying in the
Jamie
previous
Hughes.
match that 98 checkouts are not simple. You'd rather hit 97
Third leg, it's
because
Martin.
you've got
to
a
throw
few more
first.
options.
Game on.
But Jamie's just made that look very simple. Yeah, that game for Joycey against Wolfie back in 2017. That was on the first afternoon of the tournament.
140.
It was thrilling. Yeah, Joycey's gone on to good stuff. A very dangerous player with a huge reputation.
97.
Maybe his best darts are ahead of him.
$135.
Had a thrilling game, Jamie, with Jim Williams in that particular tournament as well.
42.
Now, Wolfie's definitely finding something a little extra here. Early stages, 3-figure average. Something to build on.
Who's found the
100.
treble with the last. Average, 102.85. This is much more like it. These are the glimpses he can provide.
I don't think we see it as often.
100.
We've seen him average as high as 111
Martin, you've acquired 126.
on this stage before. Staying downstairs for 319s. He is not out of the woods yet,
86.
but it's going to take something big from Jamie and a big mistake from Martin for things to be turned around in like 3.
Well, that's a drop. And we'll head down to the 19s with dart 2. And he's
58.
not going to make
Martin, you've acquired
huge inroads.
40.
He needs himself for the finish, but it's a big one on 164. Adams looks at tops for 2-1.
Game shown the third
Finds
leg.
it 14
Martin
data
Adams.
for Martin Adams, averaging just a shade under a ton at this
Fourth leg,
present
it's
moment
Jamie
in
to throw
time.
first. Game on.
How many dart shirts do you think Martin's got from his career? If he's kept
140.
some of the older ones, I'd just love to see those. You know how the old BT Sport used to do on their football coverage? A rack of football shirts and have a presenter walk through them like Sir Rio Ferdinand or someone like that.
140.
Imagine if we had a rack full of Martin Adams shirts and he'd have to tell stories about each one. There's a good idea.
There's a feature.
57.
Even this shirt, I'm sure, has a story. He's worn these
60.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere shirts at the seniors already, hasn't he?
Well, he's spoken about possibly changing his walk-on tune to It's 5 o'clock somewhere at one of the seniors events this year.
Is that a song?
There is actually a song. I cannot remember the name of the artist,
100.
but there's actually a song that goes, It's 5 o'clock somewhere, or something along them lines. Jimmy
Yeah.
Buffett.
I would never have thought it would have gone like that.
It's probably not sung like that, but you get the point to all intents and purposes.
140.
Did you say Jimmy Buffett?
Jimmy Buffett, yeah.
Sounds like something Peter Kay would talk about. The Buffett is open. This game really isn't the balance.
140.
And still is,
Odds number
unless
161.
something like this is found. We haven't had anything of this magnitude this week, and this time it's not even going to be worried.
Well, Wolfie's not going to find the 161. What can Hughes make of the 64? He's got a real good opportunity here to square this match back up at
41.
2-2.
Jamie requires 64.
Feels like one of those games where the dominance of this match is going to come with throw. Double 4. Desmond.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2-2.
Jamie Hughes. Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Do we have any dart players that we know called Desmond? I'm always looking to learn. Oh, now.
45.
We might have unearthed something here. Thank you to the wonderful people at iDarts who provide some of us commentators with some wonderful statistics. I already have 3.
46.
Desmond Owen of Wales, from back in the day. From Namibia, Desmond Frankfurt. And the best one for last, Desmond Crisp.
60.
That's up there with one of the best darts names I've seen in a while. It's not as good as Sheldon Fudge, though. Got to get that guy here. Sheldon Fudge. What a name.
57.
Dutch Open's on this weekend as well. And Martin's won that a few times, hasn't he?
85.
I think he's defended it twice.
Martin Adams has won that title 4 times in his career. And both the times he won it, he retained it the year after.
135.
2010, 2011, 2015, 2016. And having a look at some of those finals and some of the people he beat. Well, let's have a look at this. He beat Scott Waits by 3-1 in 2010. And then the year after, got the better of Dean Winstanley. That would have been just weeks after their world final. He then beat Darryl Fitton 3-1. Now that was the Fitton 9-dart game.
Correct.
58.
Marco Meyer's got a great story about that match. Marco has never, ever refereed a 9-darter. He allowed Nick Rolls to referee that game.
Oops.
55.
And just to complete the set, Adams defended the title for a second time by beating Danny Noppert in the 2016 Dutch Open. And as we are in the last minute of January 2025, it is now
Martin, you require 156.
9 years to the day since Martin beat Danny Noppert. But it's just clicked over to midnight, and he's looking to take a 156 out to Chris in February with a big checkout.
138.
Well, Wolfie was almost
Jamie
like a
require
beast that
109.
awoke at midnight. What can Hughes make of the 109? Can he find that elusive break? Not this time. Adams will return for double 9 to lead 3-2.
57.
He's not going to split it.
Martin, you require 18.
Told you.
Well, he had to split it now. 2 4s. Now, this is the opportunity that Jamie Hughes has been waiting for all game long. Double top. And now double 10. Doesn't go.
32.
Wolfie is reprieved.
Martin, you require
He's going to
4.
get 3 more in his hand. A double 2 to lead 3-2. And he'll put him in the leg of his first win. Madhouse. Big dart. Oh, it's a whip of a while
Jamie require
away.
20.
Nothing is coming easy for anybody tonight.
Feels like the leg that's never ended.
Is it Friday night or is it Fright night?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
One more leg for
Hughes.
Jamie Hughes.
6th leg
And we are
is Jamie
going to
throw
have
first. Game
3 players on 8 points. And Ashley Coleman on 6. And that puts huge pressure on Coleman playing Hall in match 6.
100.
Well, that leg took so long that it took 2 days to complete.
See what you did there? That was quite smart.
Tell you who else has retained the
100.
Dutch Open. Steve Beaton did so 95 and 96, beat Kevin Painter and Paul Williams in the finals. And Alan Warner won that tournament 3 times in his career.
Yeah, Alan doesn't get anywhere near the credit he deserves for how great he was.
60.
Multiple time PDC world number 1. World finalist 93, lost to John Lowe. Should have won that game. He was the better player leading into the final, but just got too nervous in the 93 Lakeside final. But he really
45.
was one of the best players for at least 15 years.
Jano Bottenberg and Bo Greaves, the defending champions of that competition this weekend. The final is on Sunday at the De Bonte Wever complex in
100.
Assen. And what a facility that is.
Yeah, that's where Martin has won it before. He's won quite a lot in the Netherlands over the years, including a former
137.
TV event called the Haaglanden Top 16 back in 1999 and 2000. And in both finals, he beat Raymond van Barneveld on his turf.
And that was when Barney was
93.
kind of at the peak of his BDO powers. Hughes is on a finish for the match. But Martin Adams is going to keep himself in a handy position.
139.
Well, that's like a Halley's Comet, isn't it? Martin Adams heading down.
148.
Started his night with a 140 finish. He's not going to end this game with something in the same vicinity.
Well,
54.
so far tonight,
Martin, you
we've
require
played
80.
4 matches. 2 of them have gone the distance. One's gone 4-2. There's a potential we could have another one that goes all the way, but it depends on what Adams does here. 77 left, 57 for double 10. Doesn't find the treble 19. Hughes will return for the match.
40. Jamie require 94.
But how does he want to do it? Treble 18. Even treble 18 is a spot here. I don't understand why people don't do it more. You've got a marker
54.
on the 54 there. You get
Martin,
72
require
points, you
40.
leave double 11.
To take us all the way. Double
Game
top is
shot on the
found.
6th flag. Martin Adams.
And we go the distance once more on this marathon
7th and
night
final leg, it's Martin
of
to throw
MODUS Super
first.
Series darts
Game on.
on Pluto TV.
What's your thoughts on that then? 94. And this is something I've seen Dimitri Vandenberg do before. You go for the treble 18, you miss it slightly high. You've got an upright angle of attack, just like
85.
Martin, just like Yozza. Are you more likely to hit an open bed like the 60 or the double 18, or the treble 18 with a backboard?
57.
I think a lot of it as well depends on what type of player you are. If you're a rhythm player that's throwing with a bit of pace, then going for what you'd naturally go for probably is the better play because you're not disrupting your rhythm. However, in Jamie's situation where he hasn't quite got, I'm not saying he's a slow player, but he hasn't quite got the pace of perhaps,
83.
say, an Ashley Coleman, that could well be the better spot because he's got a bit more time to aim in on that. I think it's like most things, it's preferential treatment, isn't it? Anyway, in the last
60.
leg, 3-3-3 plays 4-4-4.
I think some people are stuck in the mud. I think they need to roll with the times. Which shot will give you the best chance of a shot at a double? It doesn't matter
100.
if it's tops or double 11. Any shot at a double is better than no shot.
$100.
We have seen a lot of darts tonight, and we're going to see a lot more darts tonight. But for JB Hughes, if he can win this game, he moves on to 8 points, and it puts Ashley Coleman in a real hole.
60.
But Martin Adams here is doing the Prince of Darkness an almighty favour if he can win this match.
100.
This is hard work, just like the last match. They're so similar. Averages aren't that different. Percentages on the doubles aren't that different. That works.
137.
One more double, and Wolfie's off the mark. And a 3-time world champion on the stage, looking to spoil
52.
other people's plans.
You've acquired 36.
That's what we might have.
For his first win, Wolfie is off the mark. And he has put in a dagger blow for Jamie Hughes' hopes of making it through to the finals on debut. Yes, Martin, yes! You are a winner, good sir. And this is how he did it. We're going to have some commercial messages for you now. Coleman and Hall is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Midway through the evening session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and 5 wins for the players throwing first so far. Before the break, Martin Adams got his first win against Jamie Hughes. Let's get into game 6, Coleman against Hall. But before we have a go at that game, let's have a look at what we've seen in terms of the league table. Andy Hamilton and Graham Hall both on 8 points. Hughes and Coleman are both on 6. If Hall wins this match, he moves on to 10. He will be the first player mathematically through. And it wasn't too long ago that G-Man was outside of a qualification spot. That is how quickly this group has changed.
It's gone from being something that you can predict to something that you simply can't. 24 hours is a long time in this sport. We were talking to Jensen Walker earlier tonight, weren't we, Henry? And we had a very simple message for that young man. You've actually accomplished mission 1. Doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you're there on Saturday night. Now,
First leg, it's Ashley
it's
to
these
throw
guys
first.
who need to accomplish
Game
their
on.
mission.
$81.
For Coleman, a win here would be a big boost. It puts him on to 8 points. And then suddenly, Jamie Hughes, by dropping that match against Martin Adams, will find himself teetering on the tungsten tightrope. And the next meeting would be Coleman and Hughes. And that is
45.
Ashley's final match of this Group B.
100.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drag when you've got to finish your campaign first. And the likes of Hall and Hughes and Hamilton have still got a chance to get more points. So the responsibility of Ashley is to make sure that he gets the maximum total in the clubhouse lead.
77.
He may well have to win his last 2 matches to accomplish his goal in beating Hall and Hughes. Earlier today, I was saying that playing people above you and you're still alive is a good thing. Because you're not just getting
93.
points for yourself with a win, you are depriving someone above you from getting points themselves. And at the same time, robbing their leg difference.
140.
Well, that time, a dodgy dart stayed in the board for Ashley. It's been a night where he has suffered from many a bounce out the board. But it's an interesting passage of play here. Coleman's left himself for the finish, but if Graham can find another treble,
140.
he will fancy his chances of winning this leg. Coleman needs a treble. Unable to locate it, so Hall comes back for 83.
Graham, you require 83.
Previous game, he was 4 from 17. That might not be good enough, that ratio. This has got to be a little bit better. And it is at the start. Exactly what he
Graham Hall.
needed.
Second leg, it's Graham
Hall
to
gets
throw
the break.
first. Game on.
To lead 1-0, much to the frustration of Ashley Coleman, who is having a look at his darts to see what he can change in terms of his fortunes. We know he has in excess of 500 sets of them.
96.
I wonder which ones are his favourites. Not necessarily his favourites to use.
100.
Now, I'm not ashamed to say that I've got a collection of old casino chips. I collected them for many years. I do have a favourite. It's a 1968 Sahara, and it's got this lovely design on it. It's just something I like to look at. So, I wonder if there's a set of darts that Ashley, every now and again, if he's feeling a bit blue,
100.
he just gets them out and has a look at them. And they just provide him with a little bit of joy. I'd like to know which set that is. You got anything that gives you that kind of joy, Henry?
100.
Something you've collected, or maybe a trinket from a holiday that when you look at it, it brings back good memories?
60.
I've got a lump of Icelandic lava
144.
from the recent eruption. Bit morbid, but...
So I'm not one that's for mementos, but I always will get something from a
94.
holiday that I've been on. Fridge magnets is usually one from places that I've been to. Got one from Dublin last year, one from Gibraltar
60.
last year.
Graham, you require 50.
I actually got a toy Gibraltar bus, which I've got as a little memento of my time there. It's double 16 for 2-0.
Game
And
shot the
2-0
second
is
leg.
Graham Hall is in control
Graham
of this
Hall.
match. I'll tell you the weirdest memento.
Third leg,
I've
it's
got a
Ashley to throw
7 years
first.
out
Game
of
on.
date bottle of Budweiser, other beers are available, in my bedroom because it was handed to me.
28.
My first ever season I worked in football, I worked at a football club, we won promotion. I got handed a bottle of beer from that presentation and I've kept it with me ever since.
Where do you house it?
It's on my bedside cabinet.
58.
Vertical?
Upright.
180.
I think that's quite a nice memento. Just don't leave it in the sun.
Oh no, don't worry.
98.
You think about where Graham Hall is from. If you go a little bit further up the country and to the left,
57.
you'll find one of the biggest collectors in darts, Mr. Jenkins. And if there's something you want to find and you can't find it, just ask Terry. He'll find it for you.
Well, Graham Hall is
180.
beginning to find the treble with a bit more regularity. And there's a possibility, and I whisper it quietly,
42.
there could be a one-sided match on our hands.
Now that you've said it, here comes Ashley. This is turning out to be one of Graham's
133.
better performances. He was due, but why does that keep happening?
120. Graham, you've required 32.
And why does this keep happening with Graham?
Game shot on the third
He
leg.
is
Graham
following
Hall.
an 82 average performance
Fourth leg,
with a
it's Graham to throw
104.
first. Game on.
This has happened this week many times.
Head scratching stuff for Graham Hall, but he's finding a purple patch when he needs it the most. And a couple of games
42.
ago, he found himself in a position where he was outside the qualification spots. If he wins one more leg, he's on 10 points. And he's the first player through.
140.
But there's a feeling that tonight it's not just going to come as easy as perhaps it looks like right now. Maybe Ashley Coleman has still got something to say about it.
$100. $100.
At this stage, Saturday is getting further away. Or should I say Saturday night? Because it's already Saturday morning. He's looking to put his foot down now.
140.
There was an argument for going for the 19s with the last start. Because there you go. Another one.
111.
If Hall had hit a 19 with his last start, he's 4 darts away from winning this leg. 219, you are 5 darts away.
89. Actually require 150.
Could be rendering of relevance if Coleman can find the 150. Double 15. Just grazed over the top.
140. Graham, you require 130.
Match point Hall then. He survived a scare. Now, can he find this treble 20? Genius. Bullseye.
Game shot.
It was a one-sided game in the end.
Graham Hall.
Look at the disappointment for Ashley Coleman. He misses double 15 for a 150 out. And he's left penniless in that one because Hall has had one of his better games. It's another ton-plus average from him. Very up and down. But it's a 4-0 win, and Graham Hall is on 10 points before Adams plays against Andy Hamilton after this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Graham Hall qualified with a 4-0 win against Ashley Coleman, 103.66 the average, and our statisticians backstage have also worked out that Andy Hamilton has also made it
First
through
leg, it's Martin to
because
first.
of the subsequent
Game
head-to-heads that are to come between Jamie Hughes and Ashley Coleman. So Hamilton we have as through, Hall we have as through. It's now down to finding out who that last player is going to be. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Martin Adams this time. You can move on to 6 points, but because of the Hughes and Coleman clash, one will have to move on to 8.
So simply put, if Hughes beats Coleman in the next match, we have our final 6. And it will be a Triple H situation.
Oh, yeah.
So we know who the game is. He's going to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in a couple of months. For the second time.
How does that work?
He was inducted as part of DX.
85.
And now he's going to be inducted as Triple H. 2 different acts of sorts. I think Ric Flair's the same. He was inducted as Ric Flair and one of the 4 horsemen.
Well, it's an apocalyptic scenario for Martin Adams, who cannot
83.
qualify through to tomorrow night's, or shall I say now, tonight's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we know that Hamilton and Whitlock are going to be there. We know that Walker and Mould are going to be there. It's going to be a finals night. It's got that mixture of big names, legendary status, and players who are looking to kickstart a seasonal transition with a big, big title under their belt.
58.
And what it could do to propel Mould and Walker if they were to win tomorrow night.
Well, if you consider what it was like the week that Adam Paxton won here, that was stacked. And everybody expected somebody else to win.
100.
And when Paxton was lifting the trophy on that Saturday night, we took him seriously. And look at where he is now. Just a few months later, the Pac-Man isn't coming back.
Well, this is who was in his week. And a lot of them are now on tour.
140.
Mike Warburton, Victor Tingstrom, tour card holder. Wesley Plaisir, tour card holder. Andy Bolton, tour card holder. Aidan Kirk, very close to being a tour card holder. Jared Cole.
125. And they require 40.
Hamilton's looking at tops for the opening leg.
Ouch.
20.
That second dart is in the doghouse,
46.
alongside Henry Deacon. Double 16 for the Wolf.
$14.
Not quite.
And he required 20.
And he's dodged a bullet. For Hall and Hamilton now, it's about trying to get top spot as well. Now, they can dodge each other in the Saturday group stage if one of them is top and one of them is second. If one's top and one's third, they'll be in the same group on Saturday night. But he's had a couple of really bad darts at the end of this leg. And he finds himself too many times tonight on double 1.
Madhouse for the hammer.
No score.
Does it go? And so Adams comes back for
32.
faithful. 32 for leg 1. 216s to take out the opening leg. Double 8 now. That's awkward. Cannot see much, but
Game
finds
shot
enough.
The first leg.
Adams
Martin
one up.
Adams.
Just to complete the list of players that week, Jared,
Second leg, it's Andy
Harry
to go
Gregory,
first.
promising young prospect. Clu Bevan, great player. Scott Marsh, Ben Payne, another tour card holder, Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, that's a great week.
180.
That's a great visit. He hasn't been getting as many tonight as he had last night. 1 in his first game, 1 in his second. He's already got 2 here.
125.
Last night he had 7. So plenty of time to get onto that kind of level. These guys, in the perceived twilight of their
100.
career, I can only estimate how difficult it is to play this level of darts at their age. I found it difficult when I was 44. I might have been 43 at the time.
100. $46.
Martin's been saying very recently in his Tungsten talk that he does have
100.
a few discomforts. Natural. He's nearly 70. But it's difficult sometimes, isn't it, to make peace with the fact that it's not as easy as it once was. I remember Wayne Mardle said once, I remember his
83.
words so boldly. He was talking about the fire in the belly in competitive situations going out. And if it's not there, you shouldn't do it. But he also said it was difficult to come to terms
100.
with something
And he
that was
192.
once so easy that is now so difficult. That's borderline philosophy.
$49.
Last start misses the single.
Martin, you require 76.
I know the job is done for Hammer, but if he's got any bad darts in his arsenal, the time to get rid of them is now. He might be 2-0 down.
56. And he
This has
required
been a game
43.
so far that has been played by missed doubles, 9 between the pairs so far. And Hamilton is going to get a couple more to level up at 1-1 as Martin Adams gives his own analysis of what went wrong with that previous turn. And that has gone severely wrong for Hamilton because he's only going to get 1 dart in his hand at double 16.
Game
Level,
from the second
you
leg.
Devils,
Andy
1
Hamilton.
leg apiece.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Let us ask a really straight question here. You and I respect Andy immensely.
125.
Has he underachieved? I'm being fair here. 3 PDC titles. I'm not grading him
93.
on modern day darts where people pick up 3 in a month. There weren't as many when Andy was playing at his best in the PDC. There weren't as many Players' Championships. The European Tour predominantly wasn't even a thing yet.
100.
But there are people who are perceived as lesser players than him who have won more titles. Someone like Andy Smith. Someone like Dennis Ovens, maybe. They've both got more PDC titles than Andy, but Andy's got a bigger reputation
96.
because of what he's played in, like the Premier League or a World Final.
Well, I go back to what Andy said earlier this evening. He's never been the best player in the world, but the one thing that he could always count on is a little bit of consistency. And there was a spell between 2012 and
95.
2014 where he made at least the quarterfinals of every single televised event that he had qualified for. That was the mark of consistency. But I agree with you. When you think about the finals he made, you think about the amount of quarterfinals he made, the semi-finals he made, I can imagine there's a little bit of him
42.
that thinks, if only one went in the right direction.
Yeah, I think there are dart players out there who've played for a very long time. Someone who doesn't know their resume will ask them what they've won.
140.
Andy's answer would probably be, I've won the Antwerp Open in 2008. I've won 3 PDC titles. I've been to a world final. But if anything, it's his reputation
100.
within the
Martin,
darts
you require
community
41.
that actually sings louder than the things he's won. And he's not the only one.
Game show on the third leg.
14 darter from
Martin
Adams to take the lead.
And let's be honest as well, Andy
Well,
Hamilton
it's
has
Andy
played
to
in
throw
the
first.
biggest game of
Game
darts
on.
you can play in, the World Championship Final. How many players can say that they've done that? Regardless of the outcome in that particular match, who can say they played in the game that means more than any other?
Well, thanks to Phil Taylor, not many.
130.
Because he's played in most of the finals.
And I do think, and I don't know whether you agree or you disagree with me on this, because as you mentioned, there's so much more in terms of action now. So many more events,
60.
Euro Tours, more majors now. And because we've been through a period where titles have been spread more evenly than perhaps we've ever seen in the PDC era, that maybe the achievements of Andy Hamilton over time have been degraded because the dilution of the sport has
96.
meant that more people have been able to get the catapult on players that perhaps in the past their totals looked world class.
Yeah, I suppose you could look at it like that.
For example,
140.
in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz could overtake the Grand Slam tally of a Novak Djokovic, a Roger Federer and a Rafael Nadal. Could you still make an argument, and look, his career's got a long way to go, but people could make the argument that Novak, Roger and Rafa could be better
99.
players or perceived to go over Carlos Alcaraz despite the fact he wins more in his career?
I think those kind of arguments are very subjective. Because Djokovic has got more majors than Roger
97.
and Rafa. But there are people who believe that Roger was better than both of them.
And this is where I'm going back in terms of this argument.
Exactly. So if you use my example of Andy with Dennis Ovens or
77.
Andy Smith, if you were to poll 100 dart players, or maybe 100 darts fans, and you ask them, who's the best of those three, I'd be confident in saying that most of them would say Andy Hamilton, because he's got the bigger
100.
reputation, not because he's got the most titles.
95.
That's like saying Stan Wawrinka's as good a tennis player as Andy Murray because they won as many Grand Slam titles.
Well, Wawrinka had a better backhand.
Well, Hamilton's not going to back this game up to 2-2 right now, but he's going to leave
79.
himself on a
Martin, you require
double.
104.
Adams looking at 104 to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. This could be a seismic moment. It's double 16. It doesn't go. Hamilton's
72.
got 3 more to level
And he
this
requires
match up
16.
at 2 legs apiece. Double 4. 2 2s for 2-2. Adams is poised if there's a miss. But there isn't
Game shot on
one.
the 4 flag. Andy Hamilton.
We are level at 2-2.
5th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Some of these results tonight are just not easy to predict. They're not easy to figure out.
9.
By the way, Andy Smith's got 6 PDC titles. Andy's got 3. Just if anybody's curious.
$121.
But I'm going to give you some proof on something else. Another metric that we don't tend to measure people by. Best world
47.
ranking. My greatest achievement is breaking the top 10 in the world. It's not winning the players. It's actually being one of the best 10 players in the world over 2 years. Flat out best achievement.
57.
By the way, Dennis Ovens has got 7 PDC titles. And it proves
96.
that Andy and Dennis have done twice as much in the winner's circle in the PDC than Mr. Hamilton. However, he's reached number 5 in the world. Andy Smith, what was his best ranking?
140.
14.
Never broke the top 16. 20th. Dennis Ovens,
Definitely broke the top 16.
19th.
46.
Now, it's a totally different discussion, isn't it? We're talking about a Premier League player who was in the top 5 in the world, but had less titles. Look at Stephen Bunting at the minute. And I'm sorry to go
36.
so far off topic. But Stephen Bunting has not won a ranked tournament for 3.5 years. And he's still in the top 5. Stephen might actually be the new Andy Hamilton.
Well, look as well at Dave Chisnell. He's done nothing in terms of TV major stuff, but has done so much damage
59.
on the floor, he's gone up to world number 6.
And he record 147.
He's rather good at the Euro Tour, though, isn't he? That's 30 grand a pop if you win those.
The greatest tour in all professional sport. I'm sure you've got the chorus to the 180 song ready in hand for a couple of stints this year.
Don't get me started on
131.
that song. Well, Andy's just getting started, maybe. There have been twists and turns, maybe even U-turns in this game.
135. And he requires 16.
It's a mid-80s average game. And people are not putting Andy away. They don't even need to anymore because he's already through. I wonder if Hughes has to beat Andy later. He might be through by then,
12.
but they continue to miss on the outer ring.
109.
That's 4 hits from 19 in this match for the both of them.
Well, he missed a dart at double 16 for a ton plus out in the previous leg. Is he going to better those fortunes here? Double 16. We're a while
93.
away from the
And he
109,
require
and so
4.
Hamilton comes back looking at double 2 to get the break and to lead this game by 3 legs to 2. Madhouse.
How many times has he been in the madhouse tonight?
No score.
I've lost count.
Martin, you require 16.
It's not the kind of thing you make a record of. How many times people leave double 1?
Well, Martin Adams could find himself in the madhouse if he's not too
Game's
careful,
on
but
the
he finds
fifth
double
leg.
4, he needs 3-2.
Martin Adams.
And there's a possibility here that the Wolf could go back to back in terms of wins here.
Six-legged Sandy to throw first. Game on.
What do Martin Adams and Harvey Keitel have in common? Please tell me you know who Harvey Keitel is.
I've got absolutely no idea.
He's an actor.
100.
Famous for Pulp Fiction and Bad Lieutenant.
Oh, I've seen Pulp Fiction. I actually watched it for the first time last Friday night.
Oh, well, you've just gone up, in my estimation, by about 0.5%.
60.
Still got a long way to go, by the way. They've both been called the Wolf. That's his character in Pulp Fiction, the Wolf.
57.
Bit of a gear change, though, wasn't it, from John Travolta?
Well, that movie, directed by Quentin Tarantino, he brought John Travolta in out of the cold because John,
45.
look at me calling him John like he's me mate. He brought him into that movie because he wanted to give him a chance. He still thought that he had a lot to give cinema because he had been in the doldrums for years doing pathetic movies like Look Who's Talking.
44.
My brother's a bit more of a movie buff than I am, but he was basically typecast because of what he did in the 70s, wasn't he? Pretty much.
Yeah, Saturday Night Fever, and then the sequel, which was directed by Sylvester Stallone, Staying Alive, was a bit of a tank.
85.
But what a lot of people don't remember is that there was a movie that Richard Gere was in called An Officer and a Gentleman. And John Travolta was offered the role for that. He turned it down. Turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes of his career.
Great year, 94 in cinema. Yeah, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, the Shawshank Redemption.
Greatest movie ever.
58.
Toy Story was the year after, wasn't it?
Why is it everybody brings up Toy Story when it comes to cinema?
32.
Here's a fun fact for you, because we're all here together as one. The film I've watched more than any other in my life is Finding Nemo.
That I can believe.
Apparently, we had to buy, when I was a kid, they had to buy 2 DVD discs because I'd watched it so many times on one, it worn out the disc.
140.
This game could go all the way to leg number 7. Just like game 4 and 5. Just like game 1.
125.
Where Hamilton did steal it at the end away from Ashley Coleman, who is waiting in the wings to take on Jamie Hughes. Double 16.
70.
This is now a knockout shot.
154.
If Adams can find it. At the first World Seniors Championship at the Tavern, he was hitting things like this for fun.
Hamilton comes back for double 16
138.
to
And he
take us
requires
all
32.
the way. In it goes!
Shot in the
And we
sixth
go the
leg.
distance.
Andy
He
Hamilton.
just refuses to lay down.
7 from final leg. It's Martin to throw first.
Look at how much
Game.
fun they're having.
Here's the funny thing. If you go back to 2005, before Martin won his first world title at Lakeside, these players were perceived as enemies.
43.
I emphasize the word perceived because they were the us and them days. You go there, I'll go here, and don't you dare mix. Starting segregation. It was awful.
96.
It's not there anymore.
Steve Beaton had a very eloquent conversation about that when I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago. You'll watch it at some point on Pluto TV if you stick around enough.
135.
And he spoke so eloquently about the topic because he kind of came through around the time the split happened, and he was kind of one of the beneficiaries on the BDO side of the big names moving. But as he mentioned, he had a lot of friends in the WDC, now
43.
BDC, and that he found life difficult because him trying to keep to his own morals and principles whilst then still trying to attain a career was a very fine balance to strike.
And just like that, I think Steve Beaton played his hand perfectly. If Andy wants to get another 2 points,
96.
he's going to need a multitude of errors from Wolfie.
1-4-3 to win 4-3. He's got 6 starts from here. He's going to need the full quota. Adams looking to pick up back-to-back wins. He beat Jamie Hughes 4-3. Is he going to do exactly the
45.
same to Hamilton? In matter of fact, Andy Hamilton has played 3 matches tonight. All 3 of them have gone the distance.
$40. Martin, you've got
Seen a 90-year checker tonight from Jamie Hughes. Oh, we're going to get one from his old England teammate, albeit a different way. 2 darts veering left say no.
30.
He's not out of the woods yet. Sticking a 2 treble visit here. There will be a question asked of the man in a lot of different colours with a libation drinking parrot.
And we should say this has been the type of game where a lot of darts have been missed at a double. And so we could have one of those last legs where both players could
90.
be stranded
Martin,
somewhere.
you've required 68.
A bit like the parrot, which is stranded on a desert island.
The parrot is stranded on a desert island. Martin Adams is looking for his 2nd win of the group. If he can find double 16.
Game shot out of the
Back-to-back
match.
wins for the
Martin
3-time
Adams.
world champion. Martin Adams beats Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 3. It's his 2nd win of the group. That's the tail of the tape. We're off for a break. Hughes and Coleman's next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion Welcome back, everybody, to Pluto TV and to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Martin Adams got his second consecutive win. He got the better of
First
Andy
leg,
Hamilton
it's
by
Jamie
4
to throw
legs to
first.
3.
Game on.
Still plenty more darts for you on this Friday night into Saturday morning. If you just joined us, you still got 3 more matches to enjoy. Jamie Hughes is involved in 2 of them. We'll see Hall and Adams in game 9.
34.
And Ashley Coleman will complete his cards here. Now, Jamie Hughes wins this match.
85.
It is all over. It'll be 8 points for Hughes. And Coleman can only get to, obviously, stay on 6 because it's his last game. But if Coleman can win on 8 points,
100.
and he'd have to wait the outcome of Hughes against Hamilton in the last. Capiche, Nico?
Comprende, Henry. Jamie Hughes has got to be the man to dispose of Coleman. And if he can't, he's going to have to beat Hamilton.
100.
Pretty simple, it sounds, but it isn't.
$140.
After everything he's
Jamie
tried over the last couple of nights,
167.
a lot has got to rise to the top now for Ashley.
The problem he's got is he's against the darts in this contest as well
99.
against Jamie. He's going to have to find a break at some point, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen here in leg 1.
Yeah, it's a good point that actually, because 7 matches completed, 6 have been won with the
100. Jamie
throw,
requires
and the only
68.
person to lose after having the darts tonight was when Graham Hall beat Coleman with 103 average. Double top. To get closer to putting another big name in Saturday.
Game shot on the first.
That'll get it
leg.
done.
Jamie Hughes. Second leg, it's Ashley to throw first.
How many countries do you think Jamie Hughes has won in his professional career? It doesn't matter about the circuit.
95.
I'm going to go 8.
I think you might be close, you know. Spain.
84.
Torremolinos Open.
Big title, that.
Jersey Classic, so we're going to go with...
Jersey does count as a country in some
60.
sports. Cricket, most notably. And I think Jersey's actually a member of the World Darts Federation.
So this is a grey area that we've stumbled upon.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
If you live in Jersey, what
180.
passport do you get? A British one.
60.
Sweden. Romania. Isle of Man. Let's not go down that route again.
How many Channel Islands has
Apparently,
Jamie Hughes
he
won
just
in?
likes winning on islands.
95.
Belgium. Czechia. And the Netherlands. I've got it as 7.
58. Jamie
Which,
requires 142.
Quite frankly, in a career perspective, puts him in the same vicinity as Jamie Caven when it comes to winning in different countries.
All he had to do now was win in Gibraltar, and then he really has got all the territories sewed up.
56.
Get him to the Faroe Islands and Iceland this year. Add to your collection. They really should have an open on the
58.
Scilly Isles.
Jamie requires 86.
Stupid idea.
There's nothing silly about this. That's perfect.
2 8s. Yes,
Game
for
shot
Jamie
the second
Hughes.
leg. Jamie
It is
Hughes.
2-0.
At
Third
this
leg,
rate,
it's Jamie to throw first.
Ash is going to be
Jamie.
dashed. This is a proper performance. And if we may say so,
135.
Jamie played better in his second half last night. If it happens again, Ashley's not coming back tonight.
134.
Jamie has also won on the PDC Challenge Tour back in 2018. Just the one time at the Robin Park Tennis Centre in
57.
Wigan. Beating Cody Harris of New Zealand in the final. He beat Dave Pallett in the semis, and he won recently in Romania on the WDF Tour just last weekend. In the quarterfinals, he beat former weekly champion here, John Worsley of Wales. And a good friend of everybody in darts in the last 16, Jim Walker of Scotland.
I've actually just been having a look on the WDF website. Jersey and the Isle of Man are actually full member nations. They played at the last Europe Cup. And in fact, Sid Bell of Jersey beat Craig Galliano of Gibraltar by 4-1. John Halsall played for the Isle of Man, and he lost 4-0 to Simon Tatum of Belgium.
170.
I'm not saying they're countries, they're just member nations.
Did Jersey get their own flag at the Olympics? No.
134.
They don't have their own passport. They don't get their own walk at the IOC. It's Britain. This is getting political.
105.
And this is getting a bit silly now
76.
if Jamie takes out 76. Just don't hit the bull. Now hit the bull.
51.
And we know what Coleman's going to do
Actually
here.
required 25.
He's going to go 17-4. Oh no, he's not. He's going to go 3-11.
He's been listening.
3.
But he has a characteristic fallout to the board.
Jamie required 25.
This is not going to be 3-11. That may be far enough away to not get in the way.
9. Ashley,
so Ashley Coleman
22.
looks at 11, straight down the left hand. Oh, he's drifted it the wrong way. He wanted 17 last time.
Jamie,
He
required
found the
16.
3. He wanted the 3 this time and found the 17. Oh, Ashley. For 3-0. 4-4. 1 left. He
12.
cannot find.
Ashley required
And Coleman's going to have to go back to 11. He's going to have to go straight back down the pipe. But he's decided to split. 10-6. 1 left.
60.
That makes no sense to me, that one.
Jamie required 4.
You hit the single 10, you've actually got a flight in the way. There's nothing in the way of 2-2. Can anybody open the door to the madhouse?
No score.
Yozza doesn't have the key.
Ashley requires 6.
And Coleman has to go all the way down to the bottom of the board. Straight in the
James on
double
the third
3
leg.
to win leg
Ashley
3.
Coleman.
Back to 2 legs to 1.
Full flag, it's Ashley to throw
This is
first.
important,
Game
remember.
on.
Hughes wins, he's in. Coleman is still keeping the flame of flickering. Oh, has he changed the stem
100.
colour there to red?
He can't have changed them that quickly, surely. By the way, Jersey people do have a British passport, but it's a
58.
Jersey variant. It's issued by the Jersey Passport Office. You learn something new every day.
60.
Well, because I was born in Newcastle, I want a Geordie version. Which means it's got to be black and white striped. Oh, by the way,
9.
pinching a punch for the 1st of the month. It is the 1st of February.
And I can tell you, he did pinch me and he did punch me.
120.
Yeah, but I got you to sign a waiver earlier. I cannot believe that Ashley Coleman has had so many darts on the floor tonight. I cannot believe it. It has got to have something to do with dart balance.
96.
They are not bounce outs. They are collisions. And we're talking about double-digit times it's happened.
91.
Well, suddenly Jamie Hughes, who had, well, handfuls of darts, didn't he, to lead this game 3-0, could suddenly see himself pegged back to 2-2.
60.
Suddenly, where
Actually,
qualification looked
130.
in so much control for him, he could find himself on the precipice. It's double eight. It's
Game
magnificent.
shot the
It's
forfeit.
another ton plus out for
Ashley
Ashley Coleman. It's his fourth for the group, and it is
Jamie
his
to group
biggest one
first.
yet.
Game on.
And the drama goes on.
60. $85. $96. $96.
Well, Jamie leaving 3-4-5 after 6. That's a bad habit to get into. I was working with some people at the World Championship recently, and we were marveling at how many times
134.
the eventual champion would leave a number after 6 where he could still leave a finish. People are doing it more, but you've got to learn
45.
how to leave the right numbers between 340. Or actually, we'll go lower than that, between 300 and 350. There are numbers that you shouldn't leave.
95. $43. Jamie,
Maybe it's Jamie's turn to get a big check out this time. That's perfectly out the way of the 60.
60.
And that's fine, as long as he takes the next shot. Somebody's lurking in the dark.
180.
And he's called the Prince.
Jamie, 156.
What a big play this is. Jamie Hughes misses this. Coleman's back for the break. And he is
36.
going to get an opportunity
Actually, 152.
to lead 3-2. Jamie Hughes could and probably should be out of here by now. He should have had this match wrapped up.
42.
But he's evaded darts to go
Jamie
behind.
requires 20.
Hughes back for 3 more at double 10 to
Game shot on the
eventually
fifth
lead
leg.
3-2.
Jamie Hughes.
That dart looked very similar to what we saw
Sixth leg is Ashley
yesterday
to throw
from Jensen
first.
Walker on
Game
double 10 to get him through. That aids the cause of Hughes, who now needs 501 successful points
23.
taken away. And he will also be there.
100.
Jamie's one of a number of players from the Midlands to walk
57.
on to the famous Jeff Beck song, Hi Ho Silver Lining.
Kim Hybrecht has.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
You're just saying,
100.
Anybody else?
Reece Colley didn't at
83.
Lakeside.
What song did they play at Aston Villa? Because he's a Villa fan, isn't he?
Well, this is the thing. All the Midlands clubs all go out to Jeff Beck. So you got Hi Ho Aston Villa, Hi Ho Wolverhampton,
140.
West Brom walk out to the Liquidator. Not sure what Birmingham walk out to.
Well, Newcastle are going to find out soon. We're
94.
playing them in
Jamie
the FA Cup
161.
at St Andrews. Bring it on. Yes. Yes. Yes.
129.
Just showing that conversation, Sheffield Wednesday also walk out to that track.
60. Jamie required 32.
He did everything right in the previous visit. He's got one more thing to do. And that's win.
If he hits this double four, he is
James
into
shot on the
Saturday
match.
night's final.
Jamie Hughes.
That man there, Jamie Hughes, is through on debut. He's done it with a game to spare. Coleman heads out. We're off for a break. Join us in a couple of minutes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to Pluto TV, where the live darts is continuing. Game 9 of our session sees Graham Hall and Martin Adams go toe-to-toe.
First
These
leg,
two
it's
rounding off their
Graham to throw
campaigns,
first.
and there's a lot
Game
of
on.
respect between this pair. These two will be heading in different directions. Graham Hall will be staying here. Martin Adams will be heading home after this game is done. He will be heading up to
95.
Peterborough. I don't know who'll be making a drive up to Peterborough at 3 o'clock on a Saturday morning, but hey ho.
41. $100.
For Graham, he's been so proficient when he's had to be, but there's been one or two signs tonight where there's been good stuff at the 103.66 last time, but there's also one or two really head-scratching moments from him.
180.
Anybody who's here for a full week, if you're trying to describe how their week's gone, it usually doesn't take more than 2 lines.
139.
For Graham, at this point, the 2 lines are, he's played magnificently at times, but sometimes he hasn't. And if you want a third,
100.
when he hasn't, he's lost.
167.
His A game has been the best of any player this week, but it's been the bits in the middle which he needs to wrap around a bit better.
If Chris Mason was here, he'd be talking about the B game. B game hasn't been that bad.
43.
But unfortunately, the B game has disappeared at times. It's like a hologram of G-Man has gone on the stage to try and take people on for him.
140.
Adams is on tops after 12 if Hall cannot take out 1, 2, 4. There's a possibility here that Adams could end his campaign with 3 consecutive victories. Triple 18 isn't found. Adams is back for tops for the breaker throw in the opening leg of this match.
Margin you require 40.
Graham does have to be careful. He can lose this group. He's going to qualify, but he might not qualify in top spot.
No score.
That helps.
Graham, you require 68.
Win this game and he will win the group. This is going in.
48.
How wrong can you be?
Margin you require 40.
I just like the way that single went in. It was right in the middle, and I thought that was a perfect sign for the next dart.
Game shot the first leg. Martin Adams.
Nothing wrong with that one, though, and Wolfie takes the lead in his last match of
Second
this
leg,
week.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, he'll feel as if he could have started the group in any way like he ended it, then he may have had a chance. Even if he just won 1 game yesterday, we're talking about a completely different story.
Absolutely right. He had a very, very slow
83.
start. Started to improve as the night went on through Thursday night and Friday morning. But unfortunately, people were sharper than him on night 1, and he has paid the full penalty for that.
81.
What chance do you give Martin of being world senior champion this year?
100.
I'm never going to rule out a man like Martin Adams, but I just look at the strength in depth this year. You've got players that are playing more competitive darts than Martin, and I think at that level, I think that is probably the key difference.
140.
I think the biggest thing is the length of the format. It really does play into the arms of John Henderson's,
70.
maybe some of the younger qualifiers. I mean, look at Colin McGarry last year. But Hendo owned it. And that tournament has not been won by anybody not from Scotland.
140.
Thornton and Henderson would like to keep it there.
$55. Graham, you require 140.
We saw this earlier from Jamie Hughes. He hit it against Graham Hall. First leg of that contest. You'd rather miss the board than be anywhere near that treble 20. That was a wise move, Graham. Always go high on that shot. But don't forget, treble 12. You can use treble 12.
139. Graham here requires 60.
Double top with a little bit of a shimmy.
$50. Martin, you require 54.
So Adam's looking at 54 to double up his advantage. It's double top to double up. In it goes.
Game shot, the
Adams is
second
into a
leg.
2-0 lead. Now, I'm
Martin
just having a
Adams.
look at the draw for the World Seniors.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first.
And I tell
Game
you
on.
what, Martin is in the draw of the court of opportunity with Fitton, McEwen, Park, Montgomery, Gulliver. Thornton's the seed. I think that court is there for
60.
anybody to get out of. That is such an opportunity for one.
Yeah, you think about his game with Daryl Fitton. That could be a bit of a ding-dong. Yeah, Jim McEwen, we haven't seen a great
45.
deal of him here at the MODUS Super Series, the Series 5 champion. John Part played Q-School, didn't he? Montgomery played some decent stuff last week. He's playing Trina Gulliver. If you look at other quarters,
85.
they do look a little stronger. I mean, I look at Derek Coulson, and I think there is your candidate.
I think he gets to the semis. I think he gets out of that section of the draw, even with John Henderson in it.
91.
I hate the look. I tell you what, quarter number 2 of the draw is awful. Howson, Beaton, Whitlock, Hogan, McGarry, all in the same section, plus a win of a qualifier, which is going to be strong.
100.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good tournament. I thought we were looking forward to that. It's in a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Yes, it's the 19th to the 22nd of February. At the iconic Circus Tavern.
123.
I'm actually thinking about making a pilgrimage there for one of the days. Never been before. Never been to the tavern.
Nothing prepares you for it.
$48.
Not that you'd know much about that venue anyway.
All I'm going to say is, played 5, won 5, done. Never going to play there ever again.
125.
And the only player to stop Phil Taylor from making a final in that venue in a PDC event anyway.
Correct. Next person to do so is Kevin Painter. But that was in the World Seniors.
180. Martin, you record 117.
For 3-0. Treble 19 required. There were times when people thought
57. Graham, you
if
record
Martin Adams was
28.
playing at the tavern, that maybe hell had frozen over. That's a sign there's a bit more peace in darts these days. This should be good. Now it's covered. That's a wicked deflection.
14. Martin, you require 60.
There's been a lot of missed darts at a double in this match. Adams looking at tops to extend his lead. Oh, he's got a great guide there. Nestles
Game
it
shot on the third
underneath
leg.
and moves 3-0
Martin
up.
Adams. Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Am I right in saying that darts doesn't make sense sometimes?
No.
You've got Adams who isn't qualifying. He's 3-0 up on someone who could possibly top the group.
But if you know one thing about Graham Hall, there'll be no quitting him. But the problem he's got is Adams is beginning to find
140.
something. But this is the thing with Martin, and he's openly admitted this himself. It all depends how the shoulder's feeling on the day, and today he has looked and felt a lot better.
44.
All of a sudden, he's playing some really good stuff.
140.
The average tip's 92. 3 out of 8 on the doubles. Graham's had 6 darts at a double and hasn't hit anything. He's on the cusp of tapping out in this one.
80.
Well, this is a real purple patch. If he plays like this, he's going to have some joy at the Circus Tavern. He's having some joy here.
140.
Old school brilliance. 3 140s to leave 81 for the match. And this is purely to have a really good parting shot from
60.
Series 10.
Martin, you require 81.
Well, we're going to be saying goodbye to the legend that is Martin Adams. And we know he's going to go for the bullseye here. This would be some way to sign off.
56.
He's going to have a lot of time because Graham Hall is a long way back.
There are going to be question marks over Graham going into Saturday night.
48. Martin, you require 25.
But that's for tonight.
We'll save those issues for another day as Adams looks at double 8. Double 4.
21.
Oh, that was pulled.
You can see in the background just how much he wants to get this one. Graham Hall has waved the white flag.
The match dart count racks up.
2.
Graham Hall must be thinking, right, my opponent's on double 1, hit big and hope.
Here we go, the comeback's on.
100.
But only if Martin gets mad.
The Madhouse seals a 4-0 win for Martin Wolfie Adams. 3 wins to end his campaign. He's beaten Graham Hall by 4 legs to 0. Graham Paul will depart us. Martin Adams wins 4-0. Andy Hamilton takes on Jamie Hughes after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! As Daft Punk famously said in a track, one more time here in this Group B campaign. Well, they didn't say the last bit of that sentence, but they did say one more time.
First
And
leg,
this is
it's
for
Andy
P1
to
in the
throw
group.
First. Game on.
The winner of this will move on to 10 points, and they will get the jump on G-Man.
There's a nice complexity to this last match because you're absolutely right. Whoever wins the game wins the group. Whoever loses this match will get
83.
position number 3, which means both of these people are going to be in the same group on Saturday night. With
Well, they're both going to play each other.
140.
No matter what happens, their next 2 games on this stage will be against one another. So, these 2 will be alongside Jensen Walker.
60.
The permutations have pretty much been whittled away. Effectively, this makes no difference apart from the fact who's going to win a couple more pounds
60.
because they know what group they're going to be in, they know who they're going to play first, who they're going to play second, just in what order and how.
Jamie Hughes will not know any of that because he's not been here before. And Andy's so focused on what he's doing
140.
one game at a time, he won't know either.
Randy said he doesn't look at the table, he'll just take it game by game and see where he ends up.
That's the right thing to do. And if Jamie's going to come here on a regular basis,
97.
I would presume he'd do the same. He cuts a very relaxed figure when you speak to him. So I'm going to stand by that statement. I think when he comes here, he won't be bothered about looking at tables and permutations and things like that. He'll just play each game as it
81.
comes.
Well, Andy Hamilton's played 3 matches tonight, and in every single game he's played, he's gone the distance. He's looking to take leg 1,
29.
and he's got time on his
Andy, you
side
require
because Hughes cannot make an
137.
imprint on leg 1.
Do you think Andy likes darts so much he wants to play every leg?
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't like putting himself through it the way that he probably has done over the last couple of nights at times. He enjoys darts, but I
83.
don't think he enjoys stress.
The stress that comes from competition can sometimes be a little bit addictive. That's why some people just keep going and going and going in their career, and they don't know when to
67.
stop.
And he required 54.
Did we see a little bit of discomfort in Jamie Hughes with that last visit, or was he just frustrated with his technique?
Well, Hamilton hasn't had a leg to
Game
right
shot on
over
the
base.
first
Got it
leg.
done in 18.
Andy Hamilton.
And that's what will frustrate Jamie Hughes, is it wasn't vintage, but the hammer was
Second
able
leg, it's Jamie
to
to throw first.
comfortably
Game on.
chalk the first one on the board.
Look how upright that angle of attack is.
57.
And we zoom out on the board and we can see, for instance, Andy Hamilton here, you can see plenty of clearance over the top of the flight.
96.
But the darts of Yozza are so long and so upright, we sometimes cut the top of the flight off. Look at that. Standing up to attention.
96.
It's really inviting, actually, to understack. This is what you get from Andy. Somewhat similar. He's always used a dart that has a little bit of front loading. Lots of weight at the bottom. He'll attack that dart now. He'll try and hit the flight. Because look what happens when he does.
180.
Jamie Hughes is looking for an instant riposte here. Hamilton took out leg 1. Hughes looking to take leg 2. This has got the feel of a 4-3 match, hasn't it? Written all over it.
43.
Feels like a 7-legger, looks like a 7-legger, but is it going to be a 7-legger? I'm going to predict it now. It goes all the way.
58. Jamie, require 110.
I wouldn't be surprised if Andy's starting to feel the heat now. This is his 23rd game of the week. It's only Jamie's 8th. Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
15
Jamie
darts
Hughes.
and easy does it.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Levels, you devils, 1-1.
Have you ever been to Tipton? I can't say that I have.
No, I haven't. Probably driven past it, but never been in it.
80.
Is this one of your famous drives up the M62 again? Yeah, we're going to go to Tipton. Where on the M62 was that?
M6, isn't it? Round about Spaghetti Junction way.
45.
Spaghetti Junction's around Birmingham. West Midlands is actually quite vast. It's one of the things I've learnt since I've lived in the south of England. It's amazing how many people who live down here, how they think everything is so close together up north. I used to speak to people who thought
100.
that Bedfordshire was up north.
Well, if it's above the Watford Gap, it is.
Don't you dare start this conversation. North
58.
starts around Nottinghamshire. Do you know how this started?
140.
It's because somebody said the north starts at Watford because the junction for the A1 off the M25 says the north. With that said, there's a sign in Newcastle that says the south.
96.
So effectively, the south starts at Team Valley, just outside Gateshead.
I'll be honest, it's 20-2. I couldn't care what's north and what's south.
83. And he require 127.
The 127 in games on offer.
But not on the bull.
111.
Well, this shot
Jamie
has been spoken about a lot
133.
over the last few years. This is the old school way of doing it. You get a treble 20, you can't go
93,
double-double.
And he requires 60.
You get a treble 19, you can. Which is why people start down south on it now.
Easy.
Said with intention.
No score.
That one's too far south.
Jamie require 40.
Well, you can't go any further north than this. Double 10. As he circumnavigates around the darting compass.
20. And he requires 16.
Well, if double eight was a town in England, which one would it be? Bristol?
Game shot on the third.
Well, it gives Andy a lead.
Andy Hamilton.
Leeds is up north.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie. to
Leeds
throw
is
first.
up north.
Game on.
Because it's in Yorkshire. Yorkshire is north. I'm glad we can agree on that.
I tell you what, we have been for a
96.
vast range of topics tonight, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
This session began in 1 month and is going to finish in another.
Literally.
Oh no, let's not open that can of worms again.
No, literally.
48.
That's the right use of the word.
$60.
A lot of people ask where these guys live or where they're from, whether it's north or south. They're from the
60.
Midlands. And there are people in the south who even think the Midlands doesn't exist.
100.
What are they teaching in schools? When it comes to dart players, they know their maths. They know their geography because they know where to find tournaments.
150.
And every dart player at this level knows where Portsmouth is. They could find it blindfolded on a map.
Hughes is making his move.
135.
It looks like this game could well be level at 2-2 before too long.
This looks good. It has to be a max.
It was
begging for it.
Jamie requires 70.
Double eight. Now, how does he hit this? Look at that.
62.
He had two options. He could
And he
try and
required
sneak it in the
98.
bottom or over the top. The bottom shot didn't work. How's the bottom for Andy? Not plentiful enough.
38. Jamie require 8.
For 2-2, 2 4s.
Game
In
shot
the
on the
corner
fourth
it
leg.
goes.
Jamie Hughes.
And after 11 and a half
Fifth
minutes,
leg,
we
it's
have
Andy
4
to
legs
throw
through.
first. Game on.
How about this for a fact? Jamie Hughes has never led this group. He could do so with the last dart of the group.
96.
Talk about perfect timing. It reminds you of Simon Whitlock on Wednesday. He led that group only towards the end because Graham Hall had it in his hands the whole time.
100.
It's a somewhat vintage move to make. Another max for Andy.
180.
Looks like he's going to be the biggest maximum shooter of the week going into Saturday night, albeit the fact he's played more games than Simon Whitlock.
100.
But every one he hits just inflates his scoring confidence a little bit more.
$134.
Well, what an egg this is. 91 after 9.
I'll tell you what's encouraging. The fact that Yozza is making
55,
Saturday on debut.
91.
He is nowhere near the player that he could possibly be in the next year. Nowhere near.
51.
Tops after 12 to move himself 3-2 up.
27. And he required 40.
He has faffed around a bit. That's now 2 from 10. Has got time. But he doesn't need time.
Flag. Andy Hamilton.
3-2 lead for Hammer.
Six flag
One
is
leg
Jamie
away
to
from
throw
winning the group.
first.
But here's a
Jamie.
thought. This game has gone very late. Is this now a disadvantage for Saturday night?
Massively. Okay, the time zone's different, but your preparation is going to be completely skewed.
39.
I've said this for a while now. If you fancy yourself getting out of Group C, it's the best group to be in. The time of day is more accustomed to what you're used to. And by the time you're done on the Friday night, you've got one whole day to prepare. I think it's the best group to be in if you feel like you can trust yourself to get out of it.
I think Adam Mould's going to be dangerous.
43.
And if I were Graham Hall, as soon as I lost to Martin Adams 4-0, I would have run to my pillow. And then don't even
57.
bother setting your alarm. Wake up when you want to wake up, whether that's 9 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As long as it's
84.
giving you enough time to get fed and get ready for your practice come around about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, sleep, I think, is very much on the menu here at the Live Lounge.
60.
Some people, they don't need much sleep to operate. But there are some Olympian sleepers in darts. Gary Anderson and Mark Webster being top of the list.
44.
He's already got 3 maximums. He's not going to get a 4th. Not in this leg, at least. He might not need a 4th.
95.
Well, it looks like Hamilton could get the job done right here, right now.
60.
And Jamie
And he
Hughes looks
required
like
109.
has seen his petrol tank go to empty.
69.
Yeah, he does look like he's hit the wall. But if the hammer hits tops, he will hit the top and will not be displaced.
171.
Don't that sum up tonight?
And he required 40.
Don't that sum up tonight? But it's Andy Hamilton that is going to top the group. He is the best in B, and he moves through to tomorrow night with plenty of glee. Hamilton beats Hughes by 4 legs to 2 in the final game of the night. This is how he did it. 83.01 the average. Jamie Hughes losing out 4-2. Now, if you have a look at Andy Hamilton's night, he won 4-3 against Coleman. He lost 4-3 to Graham Hall and 4-3 to Martin Adams. He's most certainly had his money's worth tonight. He's going to head through. Jamie Hughes is going to head through. Everyone's a winner in this particular match. And in the middle of that, Graham Hall is going to book his passage through as well to Saturday night's final. So, we know the players that are going to be in the finale on Saturday evening. It's Hamilton, Hall and Hughes. It's a Triple H on Saturday night in front of a packed house. And if you want to be here for a subsequent week, this is how you do it. So this is what we've seen on an elongated night of Super Series darts. It began with a 4-3 win for Andy Hamilton against Ashley Coleman. The first 5 matches would go to the players that threw first. At the halfway point, we thought that everything, was up for interpretation. Then Graham Hall got the better of Ashley Coleman by 4 legs. And that kind of began the downfall of the Prince of Darkness. He'd lose out then to Jamie Hughes by 4 legs to 2. And that was a result which double-dipped everything. Hughes went through, Hamilton went through, Hall went through. Graham had the opportunity to then top the group. He lost out by 4 legs to 0 to Martin Adams. And then Andy Hamilton beat Jamie Hughes by 4 legs to 2. So after all that, this is how it all ends. Andy Hamilton, top of the group because of his superior legs difference, plus 10 and 10 points. For Graham Hall, wire to wire, he provided some of the best darts, but there's a couple of inconsistencies that he's going to have to work on when it comes to tomorrow evening. He also found himself on 10. And in the end, Martin Adams was the player of the night. He won 3 from 4. He had the best performance of anybody on Friday evening, but it was a slow start to proceedings that saw him down, and Ashley Coleman just couldn't quite get out the gate on Friday evening. Jamie Hughes squeezing through on 8. So this is how the breakdown looks then going into tomorrow's final. Simon Whitlock, the winner from Group A. Andy Hamilton, Graham Hall and Jamie Hughes, as you've seen here, through Group B. Whilst Jensen Walker and Adam Mould made their way through Group C earlier on this afternoon. This is how the groups break down for tomorrow's final. Simon Whitlock, Graham Hall and Adam Mould are going to be in Group 1, whilst Jamie Hughes and Andy Hamilton will be the first match of Group 2. Jensen Walker is sandwiched in the middle of that pair. So that's how the groups are going to look for tomorrow. The first game is going to be Simon Whitlock up against Adam Mould, Graham Hall in the middle of that. And they're all looking to join Alex Small, the first player through to Champions Week in Series 10 here at the MODUS Super Series. The battle lines will be drawn from 7:30 p.m. tomorrow on Pluto TV. For myself, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson here from the commentary box of the Live Lounge. Thank you for your company. We'll see you tomorrow night. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout.